Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials! The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerdrotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor Gary Beekler. Gary, how are you this Sunday evening?
I'm doing great. That was a great intro. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for having me, sir.
You are very welcome, my friend. It is a privilege and an honor to go ahead and have you here or me be there every Sunday, depending on whose channel it is, for the Inquisition. One of the highlights of the week for me, and I think for a lot of people who are really swarming in here. We've got a lot to talk about.
Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to fit it into 9 hours, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's so much to talk about. I took in a lot of YouTube DC fandom, tried to watch a little Star Trek Day, watched crappy Lower Decks, watched The Boys, and then there's, Twitter. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot.
There absolutely is. We have got, we had Star Trek Day, like you said.
Sorry, that's me.
Uh-oh.
My bad.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that.
Oh, I so rookied it right there. My bad.
Hey, you're busy, man. You lead a busy life. I totally understand it, but so much to talk about, man. We've got, like I said, Star Trek Day, the horrible numbers that CBS All Access racked up with their virtual Star Trek Con, which they were dumb enough to put on YouTube. Yep. We have got the Star Trek Disgracery trailer for season 3, which I thought it was very funny to learn, Gary, that you and I only watched it today.
Yep. As a matter of fact, I just watched it about 10 minutes ago for the first time.
I watched it about, 2 hours ago. It was like, oh yeah, that's right. It came out. I better go ahead and talk about it on the Inquisition, because folks will want to know how horrible it's going to be. No, it looks like shit. We've also got Daisy Ridley confessing what we knew all along and what I had reported and others had reported, namely that they just didn't really have much of a plan for the Disney sequel trilogy, and especially Rise of Skywalker. Tons of reshoots, tons of uncertainty, tons of creative tomfoolery and shenanigans, completely worthless. We have also got The Boys to talk about. I'm caught up and you're caught up, so I think maybe we wouldn't want to spoil the 4th episode, but I mean, when they've released a binge model of The Boys or a show like this at this point, where it's been out for 2 weeks now, something like that, isn't it fair game to talk about, or is it not?
I think the first 3 episodes are for sure.
Yeah, I think so. So we can definitely talk about those. God, what else? Gina Carano.
Gina Carano's killing it on Twitter. She is a new hero of the people. If it makes me a simp, okay, sure. Fine. I have no problem. I mean, I don't like, I see her as a lovely individual human being, and she could kick pretty much everyone's ass on Twitter anyway. And while I wasn't, I was aware of her, and, I liked her in Deadpool. I'm not going to say I was like the biggest fan, but I am now. And it's that refreshing to see somebody just speaking that controversial common sense, and she's getting killed for it, of course. But the best part is she's not bending the knee at all. And it's fun to watch. It actually makes Twitter a little fun right now. She's the best thing on it. Amazing.
Her and William Shatner holding the line together. Yep. Separately, but at the same time, concurrently in time and space is what I was saying. I think that's fantastic, and we will definitely go over some of that as well. We will also talk about, I tell you what, maybe we should just start with the low-hanging fruit of Star Trek Lower Decks. What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, that show's worthless. At this point, it's painful to watch. It's boring. It's predictable. But I think I'd like to talk about the big picture on Star Trek Lower Decks. We won't spend a whole lot of time on it, Gary, but the big picture for me, and I'll only speak for myself. I mean, obviously, you may have a different perspective on it, but to me, it was badgy. Badgy, for those of you who didn't watch it, which is absolutely most of you, and thank God you people are sane. I am the sick one. Badgy is like Clippy in Windows. In other words, the Starfleet badge, the symbol of Starfleet since the Enterprise, since Captain Kirk's day, that flying Delta design that we have come to know and love so dearly, is perverted in this episode into a murderous AI trying to kill people. It is the destruction of yet another piece of Star Trek lore that we thought, well, at least they can't destroy that. At least, I mean, it's just a badge. It's just a badge. No, nothing is safe. In fact, I don't know if a lot of you have noticed this, but at the bottom of their shoes on this show is the Starfleet badge. And they are walking on it. They are trotting on it with every step they take, every move they make. They're trashing Star Trek. And Badgie was just the latest outrage, the latest mockery, the corruption of everything good about Star Trek, methodically going through and fucking with Star Trek. And of course, Boimler gets screwed at the end. Gary, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think whether it's subliminal or not, it's clear they do not like the Star Trek that came before. They're intimidated by it. And again, I've said this is the best thing they've put out, and it still isn't good. I don't even review it anymore. I watched it for to talk about it here on the Inquisition, but like I'm seriously done with it. It's not funny. They tried to go really Rick and Morty on it, but they have no respect for it, and they showed that on Star Trek Day when they minimized Kirk. That pretty much, I think, put a stamp on Kurtzman Trek. That showed us where it is. So when you see the little things like the badge on the bottom of the foot, when you see the badge ripping people's heads off and their arms off, it's supposed to be funny, and it's not. It's just, if I chuckled, I'd admit it, but I don't know. I'm not that big on cartoons to begin with, but this one, the art turns me off. Everything about it turns me off. I think people get seduced by the credits, the backgrounds, and that's it. It's just an occasional member berry to give you a little Star Trek Woody, and that's it. I have nothing else to say. I mean, I think whatever we say about Star Trek, Alex Kurtzman, every action he takes within this show shows his disdain or lack of knowledge or lack of passion for it. And I have to say, the Star Trek fandom has gotten so bad, like so bad. They are much worse. And I mean much worse than the Star Wars fandom was. When they were split, they were going at each other. They were going at each other on political sides and stuff. But Star Trek it's very small group of people who are just like completely off the chain. I don't know if it's the same people or not. And I don't care. I mean, defending this, I think it's indefensible. And the only thing you're doing is shouting from the rooftops that you have incredible bad taste at the very least. And it shows. So yeah, where they're going with this show, it's just straight down. And then we'll talk about the trailer in a second, but it even shows in something like, when these people, and I mean these creatives in Hollywood, they come out and say, oh, I love Star Trek. I love It's not like a fan loves Star Trek. They love that they love the idea of it, but they've never really taken the time to watch it. Maybe one or two creatives on the show has, but most of them haven't. and most of them don't care. They care about their next project. They care about their own ego, and a lot of people work on projects just so they can say they worked on a project. They don't really care that much about it, and nobody's asking them to. We just ask you to be professional, which we don't get from CBS ever. Again, it shows, and they've been exposed, Doomcock. I mean, completely exposed with this Star Trek Day. That was such a laughable failure at this point. I don't even know what you say anymore. It's like they had under 1,000 views they had 1,000 views with Patrick Stewart on a Patrick Stewart clip. How did that happen?
That is a dire and terrifying hint of things to come. I mean, there could not be a worse harbinger of utter and complete fail than to have Patrick Stewart, for God's sakes, Patrick effing Stewart, get views like that. I mean, I struggle to even figure out a way to properly assess this. Actually, had sent myself there. I have some stuff from 4 hours after it was posted. Let me go ahead and see if I can put this up on the screen here.
I'll vamp. Dune.
Thank you.
Bomb. I don't know if Doom's gonna bomb. It probably will, but it might be good and still bomb. Who knows? We could talk about the trailer later. I watched it. I don't know much. I'm not like the biggest, Dune fan in the world, but yeah, look at this.
Look at this. Now, this was one I had handy. I actually grabbed one that was like the first day, I think, or first 19 hours or something, but this is the only thing I had available. But look at this. Look at this. Star Trek Day Universe panels. 800 views in 4 hours. 800 views. To put this in context, folks, CBS All Access, which is the channel displaying this stuff, CBS All Access has 210,000 subscribers. At the time of the video I made, at this time, I had 205,000 subscribers. Okay. So I'm closing in on CBS All Access's subscriber numbers on YouTube. And I have to tell you, look at this. This is Sir Patrick Stewart discussing Picard. 647 views in 4 hours.
Ouch. That's all you got to say is ouch. At this point, the question has to be asked, why do they continue this? It's not making them money. It's not popular in any sense of the imagination. It is I think it's a placeholder at this point, and maybe they're hoping for something better, which they're not going to get. We've been saying it for years now. It's like, dude, you have a problem. His name is Alex Kurtzman. You get rid of Alex Kurtzman, you might be able to fix the problem. Until that happens, the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Okay.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at this. This is a minute and 17-second clip. And they could only get 647 views. You could literally take a look at this while you're on the pot. You could take a look at this during a commercial break on regular TV. But more people wanted to trim their hangnail, or they wanted to go to the kitchen and rinse off a plate in the sink than watch Sir Patrick Stewart discuss Star Trek. Look at this. Fraker. I married them. I shipped them. Riker and Fraker. A minute and 32-second clip, 503 views. Another Patrick Stewart clip apparently didn't even do as well as this one, 404 views. Jesus Christ. A Picard and Next Generation panel, an entire panel, 1.6 thousand views in 4 hours. Gary, what would you do if you put out a video and it only got 647 views. Now, there's nothing wrong with getting 647 views if it's appropriate to your sub count. I mean, really, for a small channel or something, that's fine. That's more views than I used to get. That's for sure. But these guys have 210,000 subscribers. And that's the problem. How would you feel, Gary, if you looked at your video and after 4 hours it had 647 views?
I go, well, it was a good run on YouTube. Time to pack up and go sell comic books. Pretty much it. Had a hell of a ride. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
I know. I'd be like, well, where's the tallest bridge?
Yeah, dude, and for a network to do this, and listen, California, it depends on when they probably pre-recorded this and California was still closed. And it really shows you that without production value, they really are just people, just like you and me. Because I'm telling you, I was watching DC Fandom yesterday, and I kept on dipping out to watch people on YouTube stream, like you and me, everyone else. I was watching Scott and Sporking News podcast. It's just, I couldn't stay on it. I dip in for like 10 minutes. And DC and oh god, the Star Trek day is even worse. I tried watching that Next Generation panel, by the way, and
you did really.
It's much better at a con. Don't try this. Hollywood, don't try this at home. It does help.
Real. And by the way, Gary, I'm just gonna say, some folks in the chat are saying that your sound is bad. Are you on the wrong mic?
I might be.
Because you're cutting out a little bit and the sound is kind of a little bit hollowy. I don't know if it's your internet or you're just on the wrong mic. So I just thought I would raise the question.
Let me check. It says I'm on the right. I'm going to have to listen to it. You vamp. I'll come right back.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and go to some of these super chats here while we are vamping, folks. Thank you all for your support and thank you for showing up here this Sunday and every Sunday on the Inquisition as we put pop culture on trial. Support. Thank you for showing up here this Sunday. Now I'm on. I'm echoing myself. Echo. I just want to say thank you to Tippy Tail McKitty and Mitch Tebow for the pair of Doomacorns and Mr. Insanity and John Wayne Drinks SJW's Tears for a couple of Doomacorns as well. And J Paula 821 with a $5 super chat. Hail J Paula 821 says, if you know your LOL cows and infamous internet people, Bob Movie Blob Chipman is more or less a confirmed pet. Well, somebody defending cuties, basically. I don't know how to defend cuties. And I haven't seen it. I won't even look at it. I don't even want to touch it with my eyes. So there you go. J Paula 821. I guess old Movie Blob maybe has a little explaining to do. I don't know, but that is very demoralizing and kind of sick. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Hail to the Digi Akuma. And thank you, sir, for caring about the Inquisition and sending me a note asking, hey, where's the link? You're on in 5 minutes. Where's the link? Thank you for caring, brother. It really means a lot to me. You are awesome. And Digi Akuma says, hail, Doomcock and Gary. Sudden change of schedule has enabled me to join you all once again this fine Sunday evening. A fine night for Inquisitioning.
Hey.
Thank you, Digi Akuma. Yes, Gary.
Oh, I figured it out. Yeah, it's StreamYard, folks. I just listened on my desktop. I sound fine. I sound actually pretty damn good. But StreamYard has been having issues if you're watching on a phone or a device. They have been having issues for 5 days now. I tried to let them know. They have streams blinking on and off. And so if you're watching it on a device, I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, I just listened on my my desktop. You can hear me fine, right, Doomcock?
Oh yeah, you sound good to me. I mean, you did have cutting out earlier, but now you sound really good and strong. Nicholas Horton says YouTube is playing up again. The stream is buffering. It's only happening to certain live streams, though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it could be partly a StreamYard issue. Drake is six is saying YouTube audio has been crappy for the last couple of days. Doomcock. It's not just Gary and audio problems with live streams and pre-recorded videos. Really? Huh. Okay. So apparently there's been some kind of quality issue with YouTube.
Since Thursday anybody using StreamYard, it's been blinking. Your live stream will blink on and off on your phone.
Oh God. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know. Sajid Mula says it's buffering on my Roku. Well, that sucks, guys. I'm sorry. We'll just do the best we can tonight and hang in. I'm so sorry. So very sorry, guys. Well, what were we talking about? Nicholas Horton. I use a mobile phone. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. I'm on my mobile phone and it's blinking on and off, and it's StreamYard. They need to figure it out. That's a bit of a especially since some of us pay for it. So
yes, I pay for it. Son of a gun. Phoenix Argus is fine on my PC. Well, and Gordo Bonnet says my 2400 baud modem's going fine. Well, shit. I'm sorry, guys.
Yep.
We will just press on. Gary?
Desktop and try to watch it from there if you can, because it's not going to work very well on the phone.
God dang it. Well, we'll figure out a workaround if this doesn't if this continues, guys. I'm sorry to hear it. Well, what were we talking about? We were talking about the horrible views.
Horrible views on Star Trek Day. Star Trek Day not really delivering much other than, you get a union. They released the Star Trek Discovery season 3 trailer, which wow, what a step down from season 2. You notice they changed the logo too, right?
Yeah,
they changed the logo. And the one thing I noticed is it looks like a smaller show. It most definitely looks like they held back on some cash, and it's going to be a lot of sets. It looks like they did some filming over there. I think they went to Iceland and did some filming, probably got a nice big tax credit. And apparently, I mean, you never know what kind of ending you're going to get. We don't know if there was reshoots. We don't know if there's any problems like there was the previous 2 seasons. We don't know. But we do know it will suck. And if it doesn't, it will be a miracle, an absolute miracle. And and we'll find out in a few short weeks, a month, about a month. Yeah. So, but other than that, there's no excitement though. The trailer dropped, zero excitement on it at all.
Oh God. Yeah. I mean, even Gary and I both independently didn't even watch it till today. Just kind of remember it as we were gathering our thoughts for the Inquisition and what we need to roast and everything. We weren't burning with a terrible anger at Star Trek disgracery. We weren't eagerly carving our knives and waiting, to dig into it. We didn't give a shit. That's how bad things are. We literally did not care about Star Trek Discovery to the extent that we didn't even think to watch it until it was an obligation for the Inquisition. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you when even people who hate it can't hate it passionately anymore? It's just beneath notice at this juncture. It's an afterthought. It's a fucking footnote at this point, Gary.
Yeah.
What do you say?
This is what we have been saying is going to happen. And, what you have is the same channels who like Star Trek before liking it now. They haven't really seen any growth because they haven't really connected with their audience, because there's no audience to speak of when it comes to this show. And what have we been saying? Okay, fine. It stays around. Apathy will set in. People eventually will stop being pissed off and just move on. And that's where we're at right now. And this will be the lowest, they'll never tell us, but this will be the lowest viewed Star Trek series probably ever. Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing Star Trek Discovery has been the lowest viewed Star Trek series ever. That's not anything they will ever admit, because they lean so hard into diversity. They have now back themselves into a corner. They can't cancel this show. If they cancel the show, because these people actually care what the blue check marks on Twitter say. They have a lot of power over them still, and it's costing them millions and millions of dollars. So we'll just sit back and laugh our asses off. This is going to be such a disaster. Just like when Doctor Who comes back, whenever it comes back. I mean, it's predictable as the sun rising in the east. It will die. It will be a bomb, and there is no way around this unless you fire everyone, hire a new crew, hire a new cast. It's done. So I honestly, we just got to see it happen now. And it's when it's all said and done, the people from Star Trek will be right where Star Wars theory was when he saw that Daisy Ridley admit that there was no plan. Shit we knew for years. It's like, we'll get here eventually. You'll get here, especially, if we ever get a new Trek, which we won't, that's when everybody will admit that this last one sucked. And the only reason they're liking it now is because they think it's some partisan issue or some bullshit like that. It's not even fun anymore to kind of freaking shit on it. I might change my mind once, Discovery comes around.
Once you see it, Gary, you have no idea how bad it's going to be. You have no idea. I'm telling you that they've done reshoots on this thing. They did reshoots already. I mean, I think from what I've heard, it's been on several rounds of one round of reshoots is going on right now. From what I hear, they're literally shooting something right now, and it's like an emergency kind of thing. I think they're trying to wrap this damn thing up, and bring it to some kind of ending that will end the entire series. But I got to tell you, from what I heard, and this is just a rumor, but what I was told is that the salespeople, the marketing people, screened like the first couple of episodes way back when, like months and months and months ago. And their reaction was, oh dear God, please tell us that this is it before the reshoots. Please tell us this is it before the reshoots. And it wasn't. So the marketing folks were horrified what they were seeing. Let's talk about the damn trailer itself.
Yeah.
So the impression that I got is that they Mikey Spock, the bestest ever, takes them forward in time to like the year 3000 and the year 3000 something. Or they go 3,000 years more in the future. I don't know. Who cares? The point is, Mikey Spock, excuse me. Mikey Spock is, with their usual incredible brand of bestest ever incompetence, takes the disgracery forward in time and promptly crashes the damn thing. So it's crashed on a planet that is every bit as ugly as seasons 1 and 2 itself. In other words, they were very, very lucky to have crash landed the Discovery on the one planet that is as blue-gray as Discovery was in seasons 1 or 2. They swapped out the blue-gray universe of seasons 1 and 2 for a blue-gray universe of season 3. And it was just such a visual feast. I can't even tell you. It's basically tents and the wreckage of the disgracery and Icelandic quarries. And I think that's about it.
That was about it. It looked smaller. It looked boring. And, at least last year, Anson Mount, there was the hope of Anson Mount being there. He's gone. So we're left with the original Discovery cast. I think it was, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a straight white dude in the trailer. So
I didn't see one. No.
Yeah. So I'm sure they're proud of that. And I'm sure that's going to make Star Trek so much better. Maybe it does. Who knows?
Wait. There was the governor from Hell on Wheels who was very good in Hell on Wheels with Anson Mount as Mr.
Yeah,
Bohannon.
yeah.
He was there. He's saying like, well, that doesn't really apply here. So he's obviously the villain.
And then he got his ass kicked by Giorgio.
Right. Yes, Giorgio.
Bend down for her to kick him in the face, though.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes. That was handy.
It looks drab. It does. It looks drab. And how many episodes is it again? Is it going to be 15 or 13?
It's going to feel. Oh wow, really?
Feel like it's
going to feel like infinite episodes, Gary.
It's going to feel like 900 years have passed.
Yes.
Oh my God. And if they're going to wrap it up with this, a season 4, then I would just think CBS is a goth chick. Then she's cutting herself and that's the way I see it. And if they get it.
I would love to see CBS All Access's thighs right now. You know, they'll have the little ridges, the 3 little or 4 little ridges on their thighs where they're always cutting themselves. You know, You see that kind of thing. That's what it's going to be. Emo Trek, goth girl Trek. I love it, Gary. That's so apt. Damn. No wonder you are a Grand Inquisitor on the Inquisition.
Well,
that's pretty much perfect. Oh man, it is so bad. Basically, the premise is, what else? The Federation has collapsed. Starfleet is no more. There's just a few survivors of color on planet Iceland.
Survivors.
Yeah. And shit, that's about it. You know?
It is. And when you think it's not going to do any more damage to canon, it's gonna do definitive damage to canon, because it has gone the furthest in the future for a ongoing series. Okay. And it'll probably connect to that one short trek where the Discovery is out there in the middle of nowhere. And the guy falls in love with the computer or something like that. And they'll probably find a way to get him back, but anything they say canonically is going to stick at this point. So you've painted yourself into another corner here, because whatever you do has to stand now, unless it's a alternate timeline or some BS. But it's the dumbest idea to go further into the future. And it would have been better off if they went to like another dimension. If you really wanted to get out of canon, another dimension, period. So, and I bet they return to the mirror universe too. That's my guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. But I got to tell you, what you're saying is spot on. This is the ultimate negation of Star Trek. I mean, if you thought that Kurtzman had screwed Star Trek before, you just ain't seen nothing yet, because this is getting worse and worse and worse. Ultimately, the Federation has collapsed. Starfleet has collapsed. It was all a failed experiment. It is basically a rejection of everything that came before. And only Mikey Spock, the bestest ever, can save it. After all, Mikey Spock got decorated in that ceremony at the end saying, "We are Starfleet. This is Starfleet." Like she would know diddly fuck about it. I mean, it made me retch, that scene at the end of season 1 where she gets a medal and she's like lecturing all that. She's interrupting a ceremony, mouthing up, "Yes, we are Starfleet. This is Starfleet. Fuck you. You wouldn't know Starfleet if it bit you on the ass and then inserted a stick of dynamite in the wound and lit it and blew you up in a Looney Tunes style." Jesus Christ. And now they're going to go ahead and say it was all a failure. It was all a complete ruination. It was a house of cards, and basically ripping off Andromeda. You know, they were mentioning that Mikey Spock is basically Dylan Hunt, although to be fair, Dylan Hunt was actually introduced in Genesis 2 for any of you old school fans. I love Genesis 2. I thought that was one of the best pilots Gene Roddenberry ever did. It didn't get picked up, though he tried 3 times, and they finally just recycled the name for some reason. I don't know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Gary, what are your thoughts on all this?
Oh, yeah. Captain Spire shot me a Andromeda Star Trek Discovery Season 3 trailer. So thanks, Captain Spire. Yeah, I mean, they have no original ideas. Why not rip off some of Gene's, and
Yep.
from another show?
Mm-hmm.
My thoughts are that CBS, whether you hear something gets picked up or not, CBS is probably going to figure it out after this season. They're going to have to go through with it, and then everybody's going to have a long time to think about it, because all the stuff we're seeing now was produced last year, and we're going to be coming up on the black hole in entertainment where nothing was produced. And, it's going to be light. It'll be like it was in the old days. You might see a normal amount of TV shows come out, a normal amount of movies, because they didn't always used to come out this much. And Hollywood will have its chance to reset. It won't. It's going to go, CBS might get sold at some point. And this is just speculation. I don't see any value to it. These companies have been fine, and they've all written off this year because of government subsidies and tax write-offs. But the real trouble is going to start later in a few more months, when they don't have that money and they've lost billions. Despite the government subsidies, they've lost billions in the box office. CBS has lost billions in advertising, all kinds of shit. And then we'll see how serious they are. And I honestly don't know. I think there has to be a point. I was watching Midnight's Edge live stream yesterday, and they had, I don't know who the creative was, but his name was Tom. And, he came out and said that there is an adversarial relationship right now between Hollywood and its customers. And I actually captured this audio, and I think, if I was Midnight's Edge, I would have cut this out and put it on Twitter, because what this guy said was fracking spot on. So there's an adversarial relationship between the creatives and the audience, and it is absolutely abundantly clear. It's on political lines. And he said, when you stop respecting the opinions of your customers, it no longer is show business. It's just a show. And you start, treating your customer like, are you good enough for me? Or are you good enough for Star Trek? And you're going to get what we want you to see instead of what we think we want you to see, And that's where the writing is right now. That's where the future is. And the public will reject this outright. It's already rejected Star Trek. CBS is just sticking with it because they see it as their last hope. Alex Kurtzman has sold them that this was going to be their MCU, and they believe it. Everybody saw that MCU, and they're like, we've got franchises. We can make franchises. Christ. This is how dumb things are getting. They're considering a RoboCop show to take place at the time before RoboCop. So it's going to be a RoboCop show without RoboCop.
So in other words, a cop show.
Yeah. There are individual brilliant people in that town, and there's not enough of them, and they're getting drowned out. And now it's just a bunch of idiots. And this is why I say, the reason I say adult pretenders is because at the core, that's what they are. They're professional adult pretenders. Is there an art and a craft to acting? Of course there is. I've been a fan of pop culture my entire life. I have respect for a lot of that. But when they start edging out of their own career and want to be influencers and stuff, that's where I call them adult pretenders, because they are pretending to be adults. This is not a craft that, I don't know, it doesn't attract great thinkers all the time. And maybe they should just focus on that. And I would say this for all of us. We need to be a lot more grateful in this country. This country has gotten so divisive on focusing on the negative all the time. And that's because of the mainstream media. Hollywood has really, and you see the the void we have when we lose our escapism, when it's just become so politicized. And, the escapism did serve a purpose. It was something we all enjoyed and could come together on, and that's gone now. And it's just fostering it, the division over and over again, because we can't get a break in a goddamn Star Trek episode now. And
no, we can't even get that. We can't even look to our symbols with love anymore. I mean, look, it may sound like not much, okay? It may sound like, oh, well, they made a Clippy out of the Starfleet insignia. So what? Well, is it bad when people burn the flag? Is it bad if people used the flag for, say, toilet paper print or something? I mean, do symbols matter? I think they do. And I think that when they go ahead and they just subvert and subvert and subvert, you just have to have the merest inkling, the merest eyes just cracked open to see it at this point. Every fucking episode, they go ahead and they attack not with love, but with subversion and scorn, some other aspect of Star Trek. Now they're finally doing it. She's walking on the damn symbol. They've made the symbol a murderous mockery. They've trivialized it. This is symbolism. This is not merely a funny little episode. This is basically taking and undermining something that we love. And why is it? Why do they want to do that? Here's my thought on it. What does Star Trek really represent? Star Trek at its heart represents a humanist view of the future. It represents a culture and a society where equality has been achieved for all people and aliens, all races, all sexes, all planets, all equal. It's a kind of an optimistic and utopian even view of mankind and alien kind rising against their innate tribal prejudices and envisioning a better future. So when they attack this in the name of so-called diversity, what are they really doing? Do they really give a damn about equality? Do they really care about this optimism, this sense that we're all in it together, that we are a human species? Or is this some kind of sick, weird, disruptive agenda that is absolutely antithetical to those aims? That's my feeling. I think that something is going on where they're actually trying to do the opposite of what they're claiming to do. They're trying to sow division, they're trying to sow hatred, and they're trying to discredit the good works of the past. What do you think?
I agree completely. When they say they love Star Trek and they respect it, it's lip service. That's all it is. They have taken this platform, and they decided to use it for their own means. And they don't even do it well. I mean, like, listen, Watchmen sucked and it was woke, but it woked a lot better than Star Trek does. They can't even do that right. So at this point, Discovery is the funniest Star Trek show ever made, including the comedy that we're supposedly watching right now. I get a lot more laughs out of Discovery. I was in stitches in the last episode when especially when Mikey Burnham was on that platform telling Spock he what direction he should take in life. Basically, she should have just come out and said, you need to meet a captain named James T. Kirk. Okay. When right after I'm gone, he's going to be your best friend. And I actually brought him to life. I made him in a replicator for you. And because I am the be all end all in Star Trek. And that's season 3 will end. Absolutely. She will save Starfleet in the future. And there'll be a statue of her or if they end the series, there'll be some, there was a great person that you'd never heard of named Michael Burnham, who was essential to Starfleet. And they might show a young Kirk holding a book by Michael Burnham or the studies of Michael Burnham. Go to Michael Burnham studies. He'll be going to his Michael Burnham studies class. That's how they'll end the series. My prediction.
That's right. He will be looking up at the statue and say, I swear By all that's holy, I will emulate your great tradition and carry on your good work. I will dedicate my career to you. And then he'll take the book and go into the bathroom, turn it around for the picture of her, and whack off in the stall. Because, of course, she is the bestest ever, not only leader, but woman, and everything else. And, of course, she was Kirk's first love, as it'll turn out somehow.
Probably.
You wait.
Yes.
You wait.
Absolutely. I mean,
maybe she'll be his mom, for all I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I could work. Why not? I mean, fuck it. Star Trek.
Sure.
It's the Kurtzman Trek too. So, yeah, what it's the intersectional feminism in it, the whole angle that they have to, instead of just writing Star Trek stories and moving forward, we have to go muddle around. We have to retcon the past to make sure that there is more representation in the past and then instead of just putting representation, they go, oh no, we got to make sure a woman was there first. Every time they just did it with Doctor Who. And if they could have gone back in time, they would have done it with Star Wars, but instead they just made Rey the most powerful Jedi without really showing us or telling us how that really happened. It just did. And that doesn't matter because that's the whole point. It doesn't matter to them. Instead of just simply making story. I mean, how many times have we said this? Instead of just making new stories, and you can make them as representative as you possibly can, and moving forward, focusing on the good stories first. But that's a lot of hard work. So it's easier to just virtue signal away, make it critic proof, and write these crap CW stories, and then hire crap CW writers to write these crap CW stories. Mm-hmm. And the CW has kind of ruined everything. So, and it's even creeping into the boys a little bit. So hopefully I'm wrong on this one, but I believe it is.
It's the boys is fascinating, Gary, and we're definitely going to talk about the boys because we have a lot to talk about. I've like caught up on all the rest of the episodes now, and so we can talk at least about 1 through 3. And I think there's an awful lot that we can get into. I think it's fascinating, and I think I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this a little more. But. Ooh, boy, this September 8th was Star Trek Day. Yep. And Kurtzman took it as an excuse to go ahead and try and do a funding pitch for Strange New Worlds in the guise of celebrating Star Trek Day with panels nobody went to, nobody gave a damn about. You can see on YouTube the fact that the views are beyond anemic. I did a video about my love for Star Trek, where I didn't even talk about this other crap. I just talked about my love of Star Trek. And I think it got more views than all the rest of their videos combined, including their videos for the short treks, which are absolutely unbelievably bad, Gary. Unbelievably bad. The views that they have are woefully inadequate.
It's pathetic. And it might have been the algorithm. You certainly don't want to put out 1-minute clips for sure, but still you could embed them in how many websites do they own? They can embed them, and they've done that. They did it with the trailer. I was just noticing it's got 3 million views and 3,000 likes. So that's not a ton of engagement right there.
No.
And, I mean, they are, if they could shut us up at any time. They could show us these numbers. They won't. And it's unquestionable now that this thing has no interest. It didn't trend on Twitter. The only way it they paid for it. They paid for it to be right above the trending tab. Freaking DC Fandom was trending all damn day, both days.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe, DC is a Warner Brothers. It's a bigger franchise overall. But I think Star Trek is a big enough franchise to trend a little bit on Star Trek Day, and Star Trek Discovery. Picard did trend at some points in time, showing you that's where the interest was, but only in the beginning.
Absolutely. And, they won't share their numbers with us. So let me go ahead and share some numbers, Gary. Okay. I've got here a graphic. Now they've changed the way these are displayed, Gary. At least I couldn't find an updated display like this. but this was something that came out 4 days after they put these short treks on YouTube. Ephraim and Dot got, after 4 days, 1.5 thousand views. Children of Mars, the prequel to Picard.
Yep.
4 days, 1.4 thousand views. Ask Not from Star Trek Short Treks. 4 days, 1.4 thousand views. The Girl Who Made the Stars got, after 4 days, 939 views because it was just that much suckier than the rest. And the King Q&A with Emo Spock and number 2 here. I call her number 2 because, you know, she's basically pretty shitty. 4 days, 2.1 thousand views. What do you think of those numbers, Gary?
I did a live stream probably a day after this screen cap was done, and those numbers were unchanged a day later.
Whoa!
It only started changing when I don't know if they advertised, but I can tell you right now, YouTube videos don't perform like that. If you have a slow video in the first 24 hours, it is not recovering. It is a rare moment if your video does better the second or third day than it did the first. Only if you're $1 billion corporation and you can talk to Mama Susan about something. But yeah, that what I think is it shows the real interest. That's it right there. That's your real interest. Basically of your average YouTube channel, which this is, your average YouTube channel doesn't cost, $10 million an episode. They must be bleeding money from this. Absolutely bleeding money. Yes, they have investors, they have outside investors, but if they do, they expect a return at some point. And it's just my guess that they keep telling these investors, next one, we'll get it back on the next one. When we start making movies, which they're, again, if it's successful, make movies. Yeah. I think Star Trek belongs on TV, but if this is such a hit, make a damn movie. And if they did make a movie, if Star Trek 4 came out with Chris Pine and the original crew and Carl Urban, it would still bomb at the box office. Nobody's interested. Star Trek is
not anymore. Yep, they have basically killed the golden space goose. They have killed it. These are the numbers, folks. 1.5, 1.4, 1.4, 939, 2.1. Gary, I don't think that anyone in the Fandom Menace with comparable subs to CBS All Access fails to make more views than this on the first hour of their videos. I would be very surprised. Anyone
re-uploads do better than that.
Yeah.
So
live streams.
Yeah, like old live streams. And there's no excuse for this. If this was a popular show, those numbers would be through the roof. And if you go look at any boys clip or something, if they have them on the Amazon here, I can go check and see if they have comparable clips.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll make the point while you're doing that. And Vamp, I will say that, look, these short treks were created to be content to square up things with the world, an angry world that felt gypped and cheated, financially cheated by how badly Star Trek Discovery did. And they said, hey, don't feel bad. Look, we're going to put together these short treks and we're going to go ahead and let you distribute them for a small fee. Very reasonable. And the world said, no, thanks. We don't want them. And the world passing on these short treks, all of a sudden, they became its premium content for CBS All Access. That's right, friends. You can only see this subscribing to CBS All Access, and that only in the North American territory. But man, woo, aren't you glad you're a subscriber? Because you can watch these. These were supposed to be passed off as premium entertainment, premium extras that people would love, fight for, die for. They can't even be bothered to watch them for free on YouTube.
Nope. They can't. And I'm looking at the first boys exclusive clip from like a month ago has 1 million views. So it's about 2 minutes long. The other clip before that, that's the official trailer, it's 6.1, so that's not fair. But they have a clip from the show, and it's a month old. It's got 1 million views, and it's got 20,000 likes. And yeah, I could share it real quick for you.
Yeah, absolutely, sure.
Incomparable. Now, there's other videos on Amazon Prime that have pretty low views, but it's not their number one show. And I would argue that The Boys is their number one show. And yeah, you got 1 million. This came out August 6th, 1 million views, 20,000 likes, which is it's still low. You know, you want it to be somewhere of a video of that size that would realistically, as far as engagement goes, it's like 60,000 likes, I'd say. But that's much higher than, I can't believe, 320.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's do the math here. So they've got 683,000 subscribers. So CBS All Access has 210,000 subscribers. So, okay, let's pare it down to about a third. So a comparable size sample for The Boys would be, let's cut it down to what, like 350,000 views then? Yeah. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, 350,000 views. What they got is 2.1. I think at one point after a day, like one of them had 10,000 views.
Yeah. 10,000 was the best one, right? That was the Voyager for Star Trek.
Right.
Was their best one at 10,000 views after a single day. And they didn't live stream it. They pre-recorded it. So, if you want to do these unsolicited advice, do these things live, take the chance, let the fans have their say. Yeah, you're going to have trolls, get some mods. We have to deal with all that stuff too. And you'll be fine. At least, when Zack Snyder was doing his thing, he had a live chat up. I appreciated that. The DC fandom this time around was not good. It was not very good. No.
That's unfortunate, but you're very cruel, Gary. Even for the Inquisition to tell them, go ahead and do it live and it'll be fine. Even with mods, it would not be fine. It would be ugly. It would be a bloodbath in there. Brother Gary, please. That's very, very cruel, even for the Inquisition.
Gotta get my kick somehow. Jeez.
I know. It would just be bad. Yeah, you got to face the music though. You're right. I mean, if if the numbers are so great and the fans are so passionate and they'll show up and support you, well, have the courage of your convictions. Go ahead and do it live. Like Bill O'Reilly, right? F it. We'll do it live. Do it live.
Yep.
Give it a shot. What have you got to lose? Only the illusion that your franchise is.
Your views will go up at least. At least you'll have those concurrent live viewers.
Yes.
In a little bit.
Oh my God. By the way, I think CBS All Abscess is now what we should be calling this channel. It only has a little longer to live before they roll it into something else. So CBS All Abscess. I think that's what we should.
Yeah. Hey, chat. Are you guys ready for another streaming service? I mean, after you got the Peacock and Apple TV and Amazon Prime and Netflix and Hulu. Well, I'm sure a lot of you canceled your Netflix over the weekend. Well, maybe not.
Right.
Right. And then there's Hulu, and I know I'm forgetting like 9 others.
Well, there's of course the HBO and
HBO Max.
Yeah. Showtime.
Sure. I subscribe to, damn near all of them because I have to. But it's just getting ridiculous at this point now. Like everybody said, it's just right back to cable. They're going to have to lower their prices somehow and probably run ads. That would be my guess. If they were, I think Hulu offers the cheaper version with ads, and so does CBS. I think everybody's going to have to do that eventually.
Yeah.
They're going to need that sweet cheddar because they're going to compete against Tortuga, and Tortuga is going to be the great balancer out there. Actually, I think, listen, I want artists to make their money. Okay. I think if they put out good stuff, they certainly deserve to make their money. And if they, especially the people who worked on it, who had nothing to do with the script or anything, they deserve to make their money too, of course. But anything you put on digital now is going to be free to a large percentage of people. And I think Netflix is about to find that. I don't think many people actually went out and Tortuga Netflix. I think a lot of people liked having Netflix, but they're going to have that problem now. It's going to be a big problem for them. And that's where I think the creativity will be. We're going to get that back, whether it's from us through independent projects. And we see like the breakup of Hollywood, which I think that conversation should be had at this point, because we've all taken this big old break from them. What they have been giving us has been total garbage. This would be the time it naturally reinvented itself. But what Hollywood has been doing is resisting that. They love to use that word, resist. They have been resisting what the fans want. They have been ignoring the fans and trying to create their own trends, which they've never done. They are where trends go to die. They are not the trend setters. They are the end users. And we're going to see how this plays out, because this natural progression should have happened. We should be heading into an independent, because it's easier to make stuff now. It's so much easier to make stuff now. And we saw the collapse again, Tom and Midnight Edge were going over this yesterday. They were talking about the collapse of the studio system and how technology got better. And that's what gave us, we got the Artur filmmaker in the 70s, and that was able to be applied to the blockbuster, which gave us George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. And now that cycle is, gone through again. Everything's got bloated. And what do we have now? Just bloated garbage. And they're doing it with the stuff we loved for so long. And it managed to survive for decades, but it couldn't survive this last 4 years because of egos. And it's come down. Nobody wants to bend the knee, and Hollywood needs to bend the knee to the customer. They really do.
Well, we're their raison d'etre. We're their whole point of being, at least in terms of who will buy their shit. We're the ones that consume. We are any communication has to have two parties, and we're the second party. We're an indispensable part of the process. And they are trying to basically gaslight us, propagandize us, bully us, shame us into being molded into a kind of civilization that they want. And God damn it, all we want is art. Art is not just a sound a fucking seal makes. Art is kind of the life and soul of a civilization. I mean, you've got to feed people. You've got to get people water. You've got to shelter people. You've got to have an economy, but you also have to feed people's souls. You have to feed their imaginations. Man does not live by bread alone. And what these people are doing, and what all these little SJW soulless little drones are doing, is essentially turning everything into a diversity formula. And we're going to talk about the Oscars here in just a second, but I am just it really boils down to this entire episode tonight of the Inquisition, Gary, honestly, on some level, I think boils down to a question of soul. Do they have any soul left? Do the audiences that are supporting this empty propagandistic goddamn social engineering program disguised as entertainment, they are basically crippling the soul of our civilization. And I find it lamentable. I find it heartbreaking, because as geeks, we love soul. We love the authenticity of our stories, the colorful, loving adventures, the thoughtful episodes that taught us things as kids and as adults, for God's sakes. We need the inspiration, and they are turning it all into propaganda, stripped of anything resembling spontaneity, resembling sincerity. It just, God, it just makes me sick, Gary.
Yeah. The stuff we've enjoyed for so long going down this quick. And I mean, I honestly thought, I didn't think it would get this bad. And it's just because of the last few months. And I mean, can it turn around? I hope so. I hope so. I want to enjoy things. I think when you see the response to Gina, see, the problem is we've just heard the same damn thing from Hollywood for so long, just from the same people. So when somebody like Gina Carano comes out, it sounds like this breath of fresh air. And no disrespect to Gina, because I love what she's saying, but she's saying stuff we've been saying. She's saying stuff a normal citizen, a normal working person, a normal non-working person, somebody in this country who just wants to get up, go about their life, and it's common sense. And Hollywood has just gotten so off the chain, and it's, it has to end at some point. This can't go on forever. And we're seeing a resistance to things now, just because Hollywood is for it. I mean, if Hollywood is for something right now, it's going to lose. It's going to flat out lose, and they're going to lose. I thought they were an unstoppable machine, like absolutely unstoppable. I'm not so sure now. These companies have really driven away so many people. I think people are permanently turned off. I don't know if you can get, we've seen it in individual franchises, but I didn't think it would ever affect Hollywood as a whole. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to happen now. I think that is happening right now. And that's not good. We need our entertainment. We need our escapism, and maybe we'll figure it out, but Hollywood had such control over it now. Maybe, I think the future is very uncertain, obviously, but my hope is independent filmmakers can get out there if they're allowed to. Right now we have the platform of YouTube, but YouTube seems to want to bend the knee to Hollywood all the time. And when YouTube is its biggest competition, and YouTube could crush Hollywood if they wanted to. And more of us, I was talking to Lady Gravemaster today, and she ordered a camera. She wants to put herself on camera, and she's going to get this little Logitech Brio that I have, and it's back ordered apparently on Amazon. I went to go look at some of the mics I'm using at B&H. They're back ordered. Why? People are buying this shit. Mm-hmm. And that's a good sign. So maybe that's the alternative. And
that is quite possible.
Yeah. I've said this before, like there might be a time in our future, in our lifetime, maybe not, but let's say 100 years from now, where people go, you remember they used to like do this thing called scripted entertainment. Like they would write stories and act them out, like with music in the background, spend millions of dollars. And that was the biggest entertainment of the day. It was a powerful industry until it wasn't.
Yeah, well, until they stopped actually telling stories and started shoveling shit. That's basically what it is.
Well, and you're right. We'll always tell stories. We have been telling stories since the beginning of civilization. Before that, there's been a lot of stories lost. I was dipping into, I had a lot of time on hand this weekend. So, crucifying my action figures and stuff. I was dipping into the Epic of Gilgamesh. I was doing all kinds of stuff, we're always going to tell stories. We'll find a way to do it. It is important. And that maybe we're just in a paradigm shift right now. And it was forced. It wasn't expected, but there's no way they're going to make millions of dollars off of movies anymore. Star Wars is well, obviously in a bad place. Star Trek, I don't think ever was. It never was successful. And it's astounding that we're have this many years in and they're still trying. You got to give it to them for still trying. But they're just stuck on the launching pad, like I've said before. And we got some news with Doctor Who. It's from the Mirror, so take it with you say a grain of salt, but the Mirror can be right more than fricking the New York Times nowadays.
A pinch of jelly babies.
Yes, a pinch of jelly babies. They said Doctor Who's probably going to be delayed until 2022 unless they start. They're possibly going to start filming in a few weeks. Okay, what's a few weeks? 5 weeks. We'll say it's 5. That's freaking December, right? November. So we'll be into November when they should have started filming now, which will absolutely delay it till 2022
easily.
Dude, that thing is, nobody's going to be interested in that thing at all. They could come out with it tomorrow and people wouldn't be interested in it. Another year, and Star Trek Discovery, if it gets picked up for a season 4, you can tell genre is starting to wane. The popularity of genre is starting to wane a little bit. I think that's pretty clear as well. And what's going to be the next thing we're interested in? What's going to be the new thing? I mean, honestly, I don't know. I usually used to be pretty good at picking this stuff, but we have bucked every trend now. So we're in like new territory, and it'll be interesting to see where we collectively go.
I think in the past, like all our yesterdays, the episode of Star Trek where Mr. Atoz prepared you in the library and you went through the Atavachron into the past. Well, this weekend, I watched for the first time From Here to Eternity, which was a 1953 movie that won 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. It had Frank Sinatra in it, Burt Lancaster, Deborah Kerr, Ernest Borgnine, Jack Warden. Kind of a all-star kind of cast, and it was about basically the time just before Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, men being men, women being women. I found it incredibly refreshing, and I'm going to watch movies that I've never seen before in the past, because I tell you what, I guarantee you, I don't care how many movies you've seen. I have seen so many movies, so many TV shows, it would boggle your mind. And even I have only seen a fraction of the greatness that is out there. And I think that people are going to start rediscovering the past, which I think is a way to keep the flame alive of good storytelling for the future. Because I think people have got to remember, first of all, what great storytelling is, what great acting is, before they can go ahead and say, hey, damn it, I want some of that. I want some of that in my life, and play it forward. And maybe, just maybe, the next generation of kids will get back to what used to be business as usual, but for them will be a revolution of storytelling, acumen, and sincerity, and veracity. That's my hope anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
We can only hope.
Have you ever seen that movie?
No, I have not. Would it win a Best Picture Oscar under the new parameters?
No, it would not. And we're going to go ahead and talk about, that's a great segue, Gary. But first, let's pass sentence on Star Trek here, and then let's go ahead and read some super chats. And thank you all for your patience on that. I think that Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Lower Decks, Star Trek Day on CBS All Access should be sentenced to a pit of crocodiles afflicted with diarrhea. What do you think?
Yes, I like that. Diarrhea.
So they got you coming and going. You know what I mean?
Yes. Hey.
Ouch.
Ill-tempered crocodiles with
ill-tempered crocodiles with diarrhea. First you splat and then you are splatted. It's just it's nasty. Brian Kim with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Brian. He says the Inquisition on my birthday. I'll take it. It's Brian Kim's birthday. Happy birthday, Brian. Outstanding. Dude, Brian Kim's birthday. Isn't that nice?
Drink now, Brian? Are you?
Are you, Brian?
Yeah.
Are you having fun? Oh, the apartment QU in the chat. That was one of the discs that I had in my pile that I was choosing from last night. I've also got The Unforgiven with Burt Lancaster and I think Audrey Hepburn, Sabrina, and God, there was something else. A House of Flying Daggers. That was kind of in the pile of things I was choosing from last night. Hail Brian Kim and happy birthday, brother. Rock Flanagan, thank you for the $3 super sticker saying how it's going. How's it going? It's going fine, Rock Flanagan. How are you doing? You having fun? I hope so. Bearded Warrior with a 5-pound super chat. Hail to the Bearded Warrior. Says you guys should check out Sydney Watson's take on cuties. Oh man, I don't know. I'm a void. I'm just ugh. I don't even want to think about that damn thing existing. I don't even want to fucking look at it. Not even a frame. But thank you for the recommendation. If you guys are interested in an interesting take on cuties, check out Sydney Watson's video on it. Digi Akuma with a $3 super sticker. Hail Digi Akuma says, my hero. Thank you. I'm very, very proud of that, Digi Akuma. It's a weird thing for a villain to be called a hero, but these are weird, weird times. That's for sure. WOF Hornet with a $5 super chat and a little bit of a congratulations to Gary in this message. He says, hail, it's a little late, but Gary, congrats on being on Alex Jones and breaking the conditioning of the Bilderbergs.
Ah, thanks.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, I ended up on an Alex Jones clip.
Really?
I did. It blew my mind.
Wow.
They were talking about cuties and they took a clip from one of my videos and I was just saying, something pretty obvious. I was just saying it's not going to be okay. It's never okay. That is never okay. Doesn't matter what the context is. So they put it in the video. Yeah. I thought it's posted on my Parler account if you want to see it. Anybody?
There you go. Hail, Gary, and congratulations. And WOF Hornet, that's fantastic. Thank you. I did not know that. I did not know that. T-shirted historian with a $5 super chat. Hail, T-shirted historian says, I am Victor the Kelvinator. I am reading my old Defenders comics. You remember them when comics were fun and entertaining with good storylines? Hail.
Whoa,
Hail T-shirted historian. I absolutely remember the Defenders comics. In fact, one of my favorite runs of the Defenders was that story crossover between Defenders and Avengers.
Yes.
Where they had the eye of Agamemnon, was it? That was split off into a whole, it was like a crimson or purple kind of a stick with a eyeball shaped opening, and they were passed throughout like the world, and different teams were sent to get them. And you had Hulk versus Thor, for example. You had Captain America versus Submariner. Remember that?
Oh yeah. I own every Defenders comic. That was my favorite super team in Marvel, more than the Avengers. They could have kicked the Avengers ass because they had Doctor Strange, Namor, Hulk, and the Silver Surfer and Valkyrie. Mm-hmm. Like there's no messing with that team, period.
No.
It
was a great one, man. That was a great run, wasn't it?
It was
Eye of Agamotto. Thank you.
Yeah, they dealt with monsters and cosmic shit, and it was great.
It was fun. But I remember that run in particular. But I do have like a bunch of those Defenders. I really, really did enjoy them. Yeah, they had Black Knight in there too at one point. I remember.
Yeah. Oh, that Daredevil was a Defender.
Yeah.
And so was Luke Cage at one time. And like they ended with a couple X-Men, but it was that first 100 issues that were just so good. So good.
Mm-hmm. Really good stuff, man.
Metal boobs.
You know what else I'm reading right now, Gary? I'm rereading Iron Fist.
Oh, that was good. John Byrne.
It was good. Yeah. Well, actually, the original issue was drawn by Gil Kane in Marvel Premiere. And then Larry Hama did some really beautiful work on a couple of episodes. And then later on, John Byrne did some fantastic stuff. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's well done. You are Iron Fist, and you are about to die. It was always, you are Iron Fist, and you are doing your laundry.
it is death knell for Iron Fist. Everything to every time. Well, that was every Marvel comic. Everybody was about to die, and the cover didn't represent what was inside the book at all, and I didn't care because I loved it. So
no, I didn't either. But I tell you what really pissed me off on Netflix was the fact that they didn't have Daniel Rand wearing his mask.
Dude, one of the best costumes. Seriously. And they made it a kind of a joke. Kind of a joke. They did it a little bit, and Sacha Dhawan actually wore the mask more, and he ended up being the master. So there you go.
God. Thank you, T-shirted historian, for reading Defenders comics and having great taste, and for the super chat as well. That's awesome. Aluvrian Imikara. Hello, Aluvrian Imikara. It's wonderful to see you here tonight. And thank you for the $5 super chat. And Aluvrian says, sorry, CBS. A cute kitty will not save your space herpes show. Though season 1 on broadcast is exactly what you deserve. Suck it, CBS. Boy, oh boy, have they got a world of pain coming when they put that shit on CBS regular.
So, right? So I think it's fourth. We talked about that last week. Star Trek.
It is going to be painful for them and for America.
September 24th. It will be. And that, again, that's out of a need for content, and maybe, just maybe, it is what you theorize, that Emma Watts wants proof. Well, they're going to get it. They are going to get it. All it'll take is those first 2 episodes. That's all it's going to take.
And that's all they will need. Jen Aoj says, Overlord Doomcock, my favorite pop culture war villain. Thank you, Jen Aoj. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that right, but I just had to say that. Thank you for the kind comment. Alex Huffman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Alex. Says, Gary, what pinball machine do you have? Looked like Gottlieb from what I could see. Spider-Man, maybe? I'm the 16-17 Alabama State pinball champion. Wow.
Whoa.
Dude.
You guessed right. You pinball champion. It is a Gottlieb, the Amazing Spider-Man, I believe, from 81. You would probably know more than me. Mrs. Nerdrotic found it in his backyard and had it. It was getting rained on, and she had it fully restored. Back in the day. Yeah,
that is nice of her, man.
Got it for me for Christmas. Oh yeah, she's a keeper for sure.
Wow, she is. And Alex Huffman, you're a pinball wizard. There has to be a twist. Hail, Alex Huffman! Congratulations. Yeah. Damn. Saloso with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Saloso says #Doomcock was right. Yes, Doomcock was right about the rumors of all the production difficulties and reshoots and so on Rise of Skywalker. Although they called me a liar then, and they call me a liar now, but they reveal themselves to be the liars and the dupes and the shills. Thank you, Soloso, very much for that hashtag. Doomcock was right, damn it. Grandpappy Fisk with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Grandpappy. Says, didn't watch The Boys. Too busy being dangerous. Oh, wow. Grandpappy Fisk is out there being dangerous. Woo, doggy. Don't cross Grandpappy Fisk. He will mess your ass up. Miracle Draw with a £2 super chat. Hello, Miracle Draw, my arch villain and my friend, who says, Hail Harvey, cutest god in all the realms.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad that somebody finally decided to mention me, poor Harvey Cthulhu, in my little fishbowl containment.
Don't. Thank you, Harvey. Yes, and thank you, Miracle Draw.
You're such an asshole.
Sometimes, yes, I am. Pygmalion. Hail Pygmalion. Awesome. Written by George Bernard Shaw with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Pygmalion says, for my virgin super chat. Wow, a first super chat from Pygmalion. I am honored. We are honored, Gary. The first super chat ever.
We promise to be gentle.
Wow. We will be gentle. For my virgin super chat, I beseech the cinema gods to spare 007 from being banished to the cadre of the castrati. Luke, Jean-Luc, Doctor Who, and the Terminator. Oh my, the cadre of the castrati. Well put, Pygmalion. Yes, if they dare to do that to James Bond, I am going to make sure they pay hell for it. They are going to fucking pay hell for it, because that is absolutely a line too far. That is just a goddamn abomination. I'm not going to put up with it. I'm going to shout my head off about this crap. I'm not going to take it. I heard that they were doing reshoots, though, Gary. I think that they're trying to trim down on the woke content. Have you heard anything?
I haven't heard anything, but I certainly hope so. I don't know when we're going to see it. That was weird that they put out another trailer and we still don't know when it's coming out. But yeah, if they mess with Bond, that's fuck. That is kind of the last stand right there. It's like what I mean, the producer came out and said they're Bond's a dude, but there's an article. I mean, one comes out every month, but there was one that just came out saying it's time for a female 007, a black female 007. No, just time for I mean, you want to do make a spy movie with a black woman. That's fine. Go ahead, do it, but not James Bond. No.
Yes.
You can do it in the universe if you want. I don't care if it's a new character, but like, shit, just leave Bond alone. Leave us Bond. Leave us our womanizing Bond. That's what he is, and he's a spy because he lives every day. You know, Rob Shlomo said he lives every day. You know, he could die tomorrow, and that's how he lives his life. So it makes sense within the character, and we just like to see Bond, you know, get into impossible situations and get out, and lots of car chases and gadgets and women, and yeah, and a license to kill.
That is just mean-spirited. It is just
it's just mean.
A desire to screw the patriarchy, because James Bond as a character, as a franchise, as a tradition, is the equivalent of a boys' clubhouse in the trees that says, hey, this is for boys. And you know what? Girls don't have to have everything. Not everything has to be geared towards women. Men are allowed to exist. Men are allowed to dream. Men are allowed to have fun still. And if you don't think that, then you're a goddamn sexist, and you go fuck yourself. We'll just make it ourselves. We'll just make it ourselves. And let me tell you something. There's a little thing in the world called testosterone that I have, that Gary has. It sometimes gets us into trouble, but I tell you what, it doesn't fucking do. It doesn't just go away. It doesn't just go away. And when you just go ahead and you keep shitting on masculinity and shitting on masculinity and shitting on masculinity, that pile of shit can reach up to the Eiffel Tower. And then one day it's just going to start shaking, and it's going to fly apart and splatter everything else, because that cannot be suppressed forever. And there will be a backlash. There will be a fucking backlash.
Yeah,
I guarantee.
Trying to avoid. I mean, it's just... there's going to be a backlash to this backlash, which, again, we would like to avoid. And hopefully the backlash to Hollywood will just be walking away. You know, like then we'll go do something else. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, well, the backlash will be that you know, male creators and stuff will do hyper male movies, hyper male fiction, and it'll like actually regress. It'll be regressive. It'll be like something in the 40s or 50s. And do we really want to play this game? Do we really want to go ahead and discriminate and put down a certain class, a certain race, a certain sex, until there is resentment build up? And then what we get is the pendulum swings the other way. And then we start getting genuinely sexist stuff on the other side, and it just goes back and forth and back and forth. Can we not just stop the damn pendulum? Have respect for everyone. Let there be some movies for women. Let there be some movies for men. Let there be some movies for both. What is the problem?
I don't know, man. I don't really know. It's, you know, that's very sensical. And that's the problem. We can't have any of that common sense right now. It's ridiculous, and it's extremist.
It is extremist. It's completely motivated by a desire not to change, not to merely change the world or change the world, especially for the better, but to punish and pay back for the slights, real or imagined, of the patriarchy in the past. But the past is the past. What matters is the future now. And are you making a better future by discriminating and isolating and mocking and berating and putting down a certain class of people? I don't think so. I don't think anyone should be put down because of the way they were born.
End of story. And simply, Bond isn't going to work any other way anyway. Just like Doctor Who isn't going to work the other way, like we said it wouldn't. And somehow you managed to break Star Trek, which you have to try to do. I was discussing this on another live stream, and we've discussed it in the past. You almost had to try to fuck something up this much. Mm-hmm. To fuck up Star Trek as much as they fucked it up, it took concerted effort. And that's, I guess, what Kurtzman is good at. He's this dude, all he had to do was copy a template that has been around for decades. Instead, he decided to copy his mentor's template that was failing. People rejected. Into Darkness was one of the most hated movies to come out that year. Mm-hmm. And Beyond, which, okay, if you're not a hardcore Star Trek fan, if you're just a complete casual and you didn't know much about Star Trek and you watch Beyond, you would probably enjoy it more than you did Into Darkness. But it didn't matter. It bombed. They lost money on that. So, and now they can't even get a fourth one made. That tells you what the general interest is. So they go to TV, and then it fails for years and years and years. And then we get this season of garbage that we're going to get. And all we have been saying as fans is we want to keep giving you money. We would love a bigger Star Trek fandom, a much bigger one. We want toys. We want the ships. We want all that shit, but not like this, not without a good story, and not without, more importantly, good characters we actually give a shit about. Okay, people, everyone out in the chat. I asked this the last time I saw Lower Decks. How many of you have watched Lower Decks at all? Just a yes or a no.
Y or N in the chat. How many of you have watched Lower Decks at all?
Because when I did a review, it was like 1 in 14. And it might be different now. Maybe some of you checked in and checked out.
Look at that.
When I asked for the boys, it was, when I asked that same question about the boys, it was all yeses.
Look at all the ends, man.
Nope. Yeah. Like
you wise here or there. Wow.
And again, when I asked that question of the boys, when I was doing my first review, it was all yeses all the way up. Everybody saw it. So no, nobody's checking in on this thing, man. They don't even, it's not even disdain anymore. It's we don't care. And when we start not caring, when you start seeing the channels who my bread and butter is covering Star Trek, but it's only because I give a shit about Star Trek. I'm angry about this. I want to chronicle its demise. And yes, that day, that sweet, sweet day when Alex Kurtzman is eventually gone, because it will happen, folks, I will be so freaking happy and I will be there. But I can't promise I'll be there for every day of Star Trek. I don't know if I can make it past the third season. I don't know if I'm going to even care at this point. I'll just stick a fork in it. It's done. And then nobody will be talking about it. Right. And not saying it's definitive me. If I've reached my end, I'm guessing you will too. Many already have. And everybody's got their point. And then it just doesn't come back, and its future is comic books and books. If that, I was the first positive feeling I had about Star Trek in a long, long time was I was looking up for some Star Trek news, and I saw, and this is genuinely cool, somebody gathered every single Star Trek comic book ever made, and they have been putting it in graphic novel form, right? And they almost did it. They almost pulled it off. Every Gold Key, every French reprint, there's been over a dozen publishers worldwide that have printed almost 1,000 Star Trek comic books. And this guy almost collected them all. And I think it's IDW is putting out, and it's a set of graphic novels that if you put them all together, the spine shows, multiple versions of the Enterprise. Right. I'm like, God damn, that's cool. I would buy the shit out of that. But I can't right now. And I realized, I'm like, that was the first time I was excited about anything Star Trek in a long time.
Yeah.
And that's what it's done, dude. And I going through my action figures, I told you I found one. It's like the same with Star Wars. I found one little Jawa, and I was like, I actually have one. And I found I forgot what his real name is, but the Walrus Man from the Cantina. I found.
Oh yeah, right.
I have two. What was his name now? God. They gave him a name later, but help me out, chat. What was Walrus?
Yeah,
Man?
I can't remember. Zacharmus. I can't remember. Ponda.
Is it
Ponda Boba?
Ponda Boba. Thank you. So I got a Ponda Boba action figure too. I'm probably just going to give it to somebody at the meetup, but I don't want to feel that way. I'm still excited about a lot of stuff, but it's like you said, Doomcock, it's more looking in the past. I'm really excited about reading old comics I've never read before.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, maybe I'll read some of those old Star Trek comics that I haven't read every Gold Key issue that was out there. And damn, I didn't realize, how many there were.
There are. I've got all of them in kind of, the trade paperback form. I've got all of them on the shelf, so I'm very happy about that. And I have all of the Star Trek comics ever made up until I think 2005 on a Star Trek DVD. You know what I mean? That comic book DVD that came out where every issue was scanned in. That's super cool.
They had no idea what they were doing when they did that too, because they did that with Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. They did the 500 issues of Spider-Man on a CD-ROM. Then they just put it on PDF. And we've talked about it. That's where all the pirated stuff came from, because they would pirate back then. How silly of them.
I know. I've got all those discs, dude.
They're worth money now. So
I know it. I know they are, but I'm not parting with them. It's too important. Let's see. J Paula 821 with a $5 super chat. Hail J Paula. Says, I heard the Philadelphia Eagles lost today. Good. Serves them right for supporting BLM and Antifa boycott the NFL. Hail J Paula 821. I mean, I've heard this is an awful thing where watching football games now is such a hollow experience from, no crowd and phony crowd noise piped in to generate a fake excitement like a laugh track. It just gives me the creeps to even think about it. I'm not going to watch any football this season. I don't give a shit, honestly. I'm glad the Green Bay Packers won. Cybotron, I do love them. However, it's just something missing, I gotta say. And Karis with a $10 Australian super chat. Hello, and Karis says, hail, Mr. Doomcock. Hail, Gary. Hail, Wrenches. Hail, chat. Hail to Australia and hail to Australian son and Karis. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Matthew Anderson has an excellent point here. Thank you, Matthew. Says, it's a shame that A Man for All Seasons, one of my all-time favorite films and the 1966 Oscar winner, could never be nominated now, let alone be made. Well, that's absolutely true, Matthew Anderson. And we're going to talk about that probably next, because I know we have a lot to say about that shit. But you're right. Casablanca wouldn't make it. Jesus Christ. Blade Runner probably wouldn't make it. In fact, no movie most movies made before 2019 would not make it. I wonder if Blazing Saddles would make it. It had a black male lead, didn't it? I wonder how the Oscars would react to Blazing Saddles these days. Matt's Mustang 65 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Matt's Mustang 65 says, thoughts on the new Dune movie trailer? I think I heard they already gender and race swapped one character from the book, and I feel like they will definitely change the villain a lot. We haven't actually talked about the Dune trailer, Gary. I've read the book. I've watched the David Lynch movie. I've watched the Sci-Fi mini series. My opinion on the trailer, I was kind of bored. I mean, I know that's in the minority. I don't know. It just seemed kind of drab, and I wasn't terribly excited. What did you think about it?
Oh, well, yeah, I've tried Dune, the book, a couple of times, and I'm going to give it another shot. It's been years. And yeah, it's never really it's always felt like way too hard to get into. It's a little slow at first. And I like the David Lynch movie a lot. I like the TV series that came out back in the early 2000s. Thought it was pretty good. So I thought the trailer looked okay. I thought visually, like it looked pretty badass. And the only nitpick I had was just use goddamn real version of Eclipse instead of a remixed version of it. That's sacrilege to me. You don't create Pink Floyd like that. But yeah, to me, here's what I think is going to happen. The Dune fans are probably going to be pretty happy with this. They want it to be the next Lord of the Rings, and it's just not going to be. I don't think Dune is that type of story. I don't think it's going to have mass appeal. I could be wrong, and maybe this filmmaker finds a way to do it. I might even end up loving the movie. That's a possibility. I'm completely open to it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But I just think Dune is one of those stories that that's not going to cross over to the normies. I think the sci-fi fans are going to love it. And as long as it doesn't go woke, then we'll have the same old story than we had before. But say it doesn't go woke. My prediction is it costs a lot of money. It's a beautiful film. Probably it will win some awards, and it won't make very much money.
I think maybe you're probably right. It's I do like Dune. I've read the book. I did enjoy the book. I don't know. I don't know. It's just another one of these trailers that seem kind of monochrome to me and portentous and pretentious. I don't know. It's just a trailer. I will see the movie. I will judge the movie fairly. I'm not saying I hated it. I wasn't going crazy like some people were. I don't understand why people were going crazy. I didn't see anything that made me go, I was just like, okay. Sam Whiskey with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says, hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic. Have you seen the video of Willem Dafoe as the Joker that's on YouTube? He looks amazing and intimidating. I have not. Have you?
No, I have not. I'll check it out.
Willem Dafoe. Interesting, Sam Whiskey. Thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Morgoth of Angeband. Morgoth of Angeband with a super sticker of a Doomacorn. Thank you, Morgoth. Really appreciate it, sir. Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Hail, Dixon Cider says, hail, Gary and Doomcock. My liege, I'm sending you something that is part of history. Once it is delivered to me, I think you'll enjoy it. Wow. Thank you, Dixon Cider. Man, I am intrigued. You send some really, really wonderful things and have in the past.
To me as well. I love my dragon.
He loves his dragon, Dixon Cider. He's always with it. Thank you, my friend, and I really, really appreciate you. I'll let you know when I get it. Concentration camp in Brisbane with a $14.99 Australian super chat. Hail, concentration camp in Brisbane. He says, hail, Doomerotic. I canceled my Netflix subscription. Godzilla and Harvey must join forces to destroy Netflix and cuties with their fire and great stomping feet. Press the button. LOL. Well, good for you, man. Yeah, lots of people are canceling Netflix. That should send a message to them. I can't believe that they won't just simply say, hey, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and take this damn thing down. I just don't understand it.
It's political. That's they made it political. Now they're trying to run this thing that it's some kind of right-wing campaign to be against something like this. But after seeing the film, that it's worse. It's absolutely worse than I thought. And there's clips. All you need to see is the clips out there. You don't need to go watch the movie. I don't know how far you want to get into it. There's a producer that's questionable, and you can do your own homework on this one. There's a lot of our brothers and sisters out here on this platform, from Yellow Flash to that Star Wars girl, and and everybody's been covering it. If I missed somebody, sorry, but they've all been covering it. I did a video on it, and it's pretty clear that the Hollywood doesn't think this is a big deal, and it certainly is. This is lines you don't cross, and I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, I do agree on that, and I am so sick of this bullshit political divide. Anything that divides people is wrong. I just think that trying to label something like this as right wing or left wing or any wing, what it does is it limits the conversation. What it does is it stifles debate, and it makes people mindlessly turn against each other on one side or the other. It's a way to divide and to stop people from talking to each other. It's the same way that the phrase conspiracy theory used to be a way to shut down any debate about UFOs, or you could have footage of UFOs that the government has said is real, this Tic Tac stuff, and yet somebody will just say, yeah, so you like conspiracy theory, huh? And it's just a way to end a conversation. It is a cheap and shoddy substitute for discourse, for debate, for strangling ideas in their crib. I think that applying labels, Jesus, when I take over the world, labels are going to be illegal. If you go ahead and say label something, you damn well better be prepared to back up what you're saying with that, because that is the death of free expression. That is the death of interacting with your neighbors and your friends, and even people that disagree with you. How can you come to a resolution of your disagreements if you're just slapped with a label and everybody just shuts up, and that's the end of the story? That's the end of the debate. That's what they're doing with this cutie shit. Oh, it's right wing. Bullshit. Human rights and human dignity have nothing to do with one side or the other. It's just a cheap, easy, fucking disgusting and mendacious way to go ahead and protect your investment in this goddamn cutie show. You bought it, you fucked up, and now you're trying to turn it into some kind of cause celeb. It's not. It's just fucking disgusting.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. And yet, especially making it people automatically want to come on the other side of it then. And
yeah, exactly.
And here's the deal. The film normalizes something that shouldn't be normalized in any way, shape, or form. I would argue that filming this in the state of California would have been illegal, considering how it was shot, and what they're hiding behind is the black female director, which is insidious. And again, I ask you just to keep an open mind. Don't believe everything you hear. Do your own research. But there is a lot of circumstantial evidence behind the producer of that film, and there's a bio up there about him that I don't know if it's real or not. I honestly don't know. I looked into it quite a bit last night, and I saw some people trying to run with the narrative that is too far. That would just, that I don't even want to discuss. That's, it's not as disgusting as doing what they were doing to children, but it certainly doesn't help the debate at all. And yeah, you just got to be careful with what you read and what kind of information we get. But it certainly looks like there's investigation into the producer at this point. And good. And I got to say good. I hope you look into this stuff.
Disturbing. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's disturbing to the core, and the disturbing part was people defending it. Now, it's one thing for Scotty Mendelson to have his shitty takes on Star Wars, and then it's another thing to if he thinks he's being a cute little contrarian, and then he tried to shame somebody on Twitter in the worst possible way, and it was disgusting how he tried to shame this person on Twitter. I'm forgetting her name, so I apologize for that. And you know, he represents Forbes, and we cannot have that. So I hope people don't let that one go at all.
No, I just think it's, you know, again, just taking a contrarian position to something like this, it just displays a lack of feeling. It displays a lack of thought. I don't even want to. I just fucking, hey, look at Willem Dafoe as a Joker. That's pretty fucking amazing.
Rad, right?
That is
badass. That he would be the best Joker, just absolutely the best, like comic book Joker. If you wanted to do a straight comic book Batman film, which they haven't really done yet, I can't count Tim Burton's. You could argue it, but Tim Burton's was Tim Burton. That was very much a Tim Burton film. I'm talking about like if you did the animated series, and
right.
Yeah, I know Mark Hamill's out there, but no, Willem Dafoe is a better actor than Mark Hamill. Sorry to say. I mean, Mark Hamill's the great and eternal voice of the Joker, but as far as actors go, like Willem Dafoe is the shit. And I think it would be great. He's getting a little old, but I still think it would work. Look at that. That is, and he was rumored back in the day. Yeah. I remember he was rumored for the Burton film. And I wouldn't have been against it. Everybody wanted Jack Nicholson though.
Well, I know, but that in the Tim Burton movie, it was basically Jack Nicholson playing Jack Nicholson.
Yep.
You know? And that's not really, no. You know, I think Dafoe was very good as the Green Goblin.
I think he was too. I hated the costume, but he was great as he was freaking awesome.
Do you know if this was actually him made up like this, or is this somebody doing something tricky on YouTube?
I think it's just some not like maybe like deep fake stuff. Here, I'll play it a little bit. I don't think it's not anybody's going to be copywriting anything. But
yeah, that's pretty creepy.
Everything I bite stays with me a long time. As long as I like.
Interesting.
And it's really no problem.
Yep, that's awesome.
Chocolate.
That is cool.
Spinach.
Good God.
He'd be great.
Yeah, it's so freaky looking.
Nice. Even the purple windbreaker there. He'd be great. I think he'd be great, especially for like Dark Knight Returns level Batman, you know?
Yeah.
Where he's a little older. I think that would be fantastic.
Oh, that would be good.
That really would. That's fantastic. Hell. Wow.
Guys, has he been in anything lately?
No, I don't think so. Well, he was in The Lighthouse, right?
No, he William Dafoe, but I don't know what I was asking if Jack Nicholson.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think he was in The Irishman, right?
Maybe.
I thought he was in The Irishman. Am I mistaken?
3 years old. That's right. Oh, Jackie's getting old.
He's getting a little old, a little long in the tooth there.
Has anybody seen Sean Connery lately?
No.
Yeah, he is just gone, man. He did that last movie and said he was out, and he was out. Owes some taxes in the UK probably. Just said, I'm going to stay in the Caribbean or wherever the hell he is.
So Jack was not in The Irishman, says Phoenix Day. Okay. I haven't seen The Irishman yet. I thought he was in there, but I guess I was mistaken. All right. Let's see. Darth Gorbag with a $14.14 super chat. 1414. Thank you, Darth Gorbag. Says, whether talking about our favorite TV shows, Hollywood, big city mayors, the Democratic Party, access media, or whatever, the question must be asked, why don't they want to succeed? Perhaps we should ask more pointedly, what do they view as success? You know, What is their metric for success? I think that is the real question. And that's a damn good question, Darth Gorbag. I think it varies. I think they're trying to brainwash us or trying to reshape our culture into something that we won't recognize anymore. And people like me and Gary, we stand in the way because we remember what life was like. We remember what entertainment is supposed to be like. And these stories live in our hearts. So just telling us that this never happened, telling us that Spock had a sister, telling us that Luke actually at heart was a coward that ran away. None of that shit flies. And we go ahead and we sound the alarm, and then we are called all sorts of horrible names by a bunch of shills, losers, and weirdos when we're just telling the truth. Because let me tell you something, in an age of lies, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And I think we are committing something akin to treason on the Inquisition and on our live streams by telling the fucking truth. That's what I think. Gary, anything to add?
No, I agree.
That's it. That's all there is to say. Sam Whiskey with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sam. Says HBO is getting desperate. They are showing Raised by Wolves episode 1 on YouTube for free. You couldn't pay me to watch the fucking Lovecraft Country. I tell you that. I just cannot stomach it. I cannot have Wokeman 2.0. I can't fucking stand it. Have you even looked at that thing?
No.
I don't think I can stand it, dude. I'm going to let that cup pass from my lips. Oh Lord, I do not want to drink of it. I do not want to drink of it. And as far as Raised by Wolves, I don't even know what that is. What is Raised with Wolves?
The sci-fi show, I believe. And a bunch of people have been telling me to check it out, but I have no idea. I saw a little piece of it. It looks here. It's on HBO Max. I thought it was on why did I think it was on Netflix? I guess I got that wrong. Yeah, I haven't seen Raised by Wolves yet.
Well, Mage Grey Wolf says we're ghosted now, Gary.
Oh shit.
Well, there you go. I guess we're just telling a little bit too much truth on the Inquisition tonight. A little too much truth. A little too much fact. Getting a little too much into what's really going on in the world. Oh well. Fuck them. We'll just carry on. We've got a great audience here tonight. We don't really need anybody else, but it is annoying. I will say that.
You got a couple hours in, this time.
Well, that's good. I guess we should. I don't know. I wonder what it was exactly that got us ghosted, but we'll never know, will we?
Bringing up cuties. They are really trying to stamp that down.
Why? We're not even like saying much about it, except that, I won't watch it.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen it. I'm not reviewing it. I'm just saying I won't watch it.
Yeah, I didn't even get into the details of it, but I don't know why that is still happening. There's no excuse for that to still happen on YouTube.
God,
they've never addressed it. Like nobody's ever addressed it, and it happens to other people too. I know it's not just you. It happens.
Oh yeah,
times, but I can't really say outside of who I subscribe to. I subscribe to a lot of freaking people, but it's mainly Phantom Menace. So I don't know if it happens to everybody though. It seemed to have calmed down. It's weird.
Oh well, we'll just press on anyway, right? Sam Whiskey, thank you for the Doomacorn. The new number 2 has unleashed a Doomacorn in the chat as well, and we thank you for that. And Muzzle Velocity, thank you, my friend, for this Doomacorn. And Louis the Plank with a $5 super chat says, Hail Inquisition! Just finished episode 2, season 2 of The Boys. I like the parts with the deep, pretty funny. Stormfront is kind of annoying. Cheers. Yes, I think we should go ahead and talk about The Boys now. What do you think, Gary?
Right. Let's do it.
Okay, so I think we should only talk about the first 3 episodes.
Okay.
But we can go ahead, or I don't give a shit. I mean, if we can talk about the whole thing if you want. I mean, probably anybody who's watched it is going to watch it at this point, right?
Who is number 1? Who is number 2? Who does number 2 work for?
That's the spirit.
We'll get through this together. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Should we talk about episode 4 too?
Can we just go ahead and talk about the whole thing at this point? I mean, is enough time passed with the binge model and everything? I mean, it's been 2 weeks. Probably everybody that wants to watch it is probably more or less watched it. I mean, is that true, or what do you think? Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Yes, go for it. Do it.
Okay.
Do it. Do it. Do it. All right. Well, let's just talk. All right. So this is very interesting. I've watched the first 4 episodes, and I think that Stormfront is a weird character. Stormfront is very strange to me, Gary. I just want to start by saying that in a press conference where they were heavily going on the girl power stuff, girls do it better than boys, etc., and so on. Stormfront just went ahead and said, why does it matter if it's what they have between their legs? If they're competent, then isn't that enough? Girls don't do things better than boys. Boys don't do things better than girls. It's just what difference does it make? And I was like, holy shit. They were really taking a shot at wokeness. But then later, as it turns out, Stormfront used to go by another name, Liberty, and turns out Stormfront is a good old-fashioned racist. So do you think that was a shot at wokeness, or do you think it was a shot at us? Because anybody that espouses common sense fucking views like that is ultimately a racist. What do you think?
It's shot at us. Absolutely.
Yep.
Shot at us. Until I'm shown otherwise. Especially if you listen to interviews with Eric Kripke and know where everybody comes from, it's a shot at social media. And there's a lot of reasons for these shots. Again, it comes on political lines. And now all of a sudden, if you're a centrist and you preach meritocracy, you are an ist and a phobe. And we've all saw this happen over the last 6-7 months. By the way, don't ever back down. Common sense is common sense. The vast majority of the people on the planet try to practice it in some form or another, whether they can in their government depends. Mileage may vary on that one. But as far as in the United States, the vast majority of the working people practice common sense, no matter what side of the aisle they think they're on, because I believe most of the country is that evil centrist. And trying to make, to vilify that, all you're doing is, Hollywood is a smaller and smaller bubble every day. And they truly understand that we are their biggest competition. We aren't going away. They're going to have to deal with us. And which means we're going to push their hypocrisy in their damn face every damn day until they start, I don't know, treating the customers with respect. Nobody's asking you to change your life views or your political views, because I honestly don't care what they are. And I also think that they love to see themselves as the rebels when they are working for the system. They are the system. They represent the system. And I absolutely believe in a very intersectional way. That's why they changed. They gender swapped Stormfront for a couple of reasons. All right. For one, every woman has to be in a position of power. That's even the bad ones. Even the bad ones, you got to show empowerment, even if they're bad. And this is their way. They tried to hide it by saying she's from Portland and blah, blah, blah. They could be getting it wrong because Hollywood doesn't understand social media. They understand it about as much as your grandma does. So, and I'm sure there's a grandma out there that understands social media. Hashtag not all. But they are definitely taking a shot at, when I say us, it's everybody in the chat. Doomcock, yours truly, everybody who subscribes to Jeremy and everybody else. That's what I mean by us. Those of us who have gathered, and they try to insinuate later on in the 4th episode that it's just a very small vocal number. Have we not heard that before? that were a very small vocal number, but that very small vocal number probably had a lot to do with Star Wars losing $1 billion worth of potential customers, half their audience. So I don't think that's a small number of people. She also makes comments about, you've got fans to Homelander, but I've got soldiers. So yeah, that's not subtle at all. I know exactly what they're saying. And a lot of you out there might be going, well, shit, I'm not a Yahtzee. That's ridiculous. And you're right. It's ridiculous. You're not a Yahtzee. I'm not a Yahtzee. Doomcock's not a Yahtzee. None of us are Yahtzees. They don't exist. They just simply don't exist. And you're only getting one side of the story from Hollywood. People might question why we don't call out the extremisms on the other side. Okay. When I see it, I will. There's definitely extremists on the other side. They have no power. None. Zero. Hollywood has the power. So yeah, they're taking a direct shot at us, and we'll see how it plays out. That's what it looks like to me right now. And that gender swap is going to have a little twist at the end too. And we'll see if that happens. But if you've read the comics, which you have, about Stormfront, and somewhat where they're going with the story, but they've gone like way off from the comics at this point. And they also made it a lot more like melodramatic. It's very CW. I still love Homelander. He's freaking just awful. And what's his name again? What's the actor's name again? The guy from Banshee.
Yeah, he is Anthony Starr.
Anthony Starr. Sorry, why did I say Justin? What the fuck?
I don't know.
He's fucking good. He's good at what he does. And the actress who plays Stormfront, she's supposed to be annoying, and you're supposed to hate her. I think she's doing an okay job, but the message they're sending with the character, I'm probably going to end up having a problem with. We'll see. But we all expected the boys to go full woke in season 2, and I think it's definitely heading in that direction.
I think it is, and it's sad. On the plus side, they finally got the word out about this drug between Huey and Starlight. They got the word out about what is it called? V?
Yeah, Compound V.
Yeah, Compound V. So it's on the news now. The word is out. It has kind of gotten the corporation back on its heels, and I mean that's pretty interesting development. Yeah, it's, I don't know. What do you think?
Okay, well, it's called The Boys, and the Butcher just doesn't feel like he's in it that much. He feels like a sub character at this point. And you're definitely more focused on Homelander and Stormfront, and it feels like the boys have kind of gotten pushed back, or their stories aren't as interesting. I mean, they focus on Huey a lot, but it's just kind of boring with Huey right now. There was a lot, like you said, there's a lot of moping in the first episode. This fourth episode was really slow in parts, and it's the reveals that are good, and the cast is good, and the directing is good, and everything about it, like technically, is fantastic. But it's kind of a slow burn right now. So I think there was like 2 good episodes, and there was 2 boring episodes, and the stuff with Stillwell, that was some crazy stuff. But yeah, right now you have the boys on the run, and they captured the terrorist who was the female's brother. He ends up getting horribly murdered by Stormfront. That's when we get the big reveal that Stormfront is is an ist, and Homelander is a little lost without his Stillwell around, his mommy. And he's insecure, and he's definitely threatened by Stormfront. It's pretty obvious. The Butcher, who's the character who's kind of suffered the most from comic to show, still played by the great Carl Urban, and he does a great job, but he's nowhere near as badass as he was in the comic, and they've kind of made it, I think they've weakened the character like way too much.
Very much.
Unless he gets, maybe late, there's a possibility something could happen this season where it kind of flips the switch on him and he just turns in the badass Butcher. because there are things he's dealing with in the show that he didn't have to really deal with in the comic books. And they are setting something up that could be very interesting with Tech Knight. As far as the Deep is concerned, it's amusing, but the whale scene was hilarious. That was fucking funny. But that was like the most boys scene they've had. It really is missing some of that, right? It's been I don't know, way more serious this time around.
Kind of grim and boring and not very funny.
Yeah, and The Boys is funny. It's supposed to be funny, folks. Yeah. Dark humor. It's very dark humor, but like this last episode was holy Jesus, especially at the God. So it starts out with this episode with Homelander with Stillwell, and you're like, how the hell is Stillwell there? Well, he's got another hero, Changeling, changing into Stillwell and giving him positive affirmation and giving him stroking his ego, probably amongst other things. And sick. It's absolutely sick.
It's so sick.
And he changes back for a second. And they throughout the episode they intercut this video dating, like women coming in and applying, I guess. Sorry, never video dated or dated online, been married forever. And then there's Mother's Milk, Huey, and Starlight's there. She's basically the inside woman into the Seven, and she still has a relationship with Huey until this episode where she breaks up with Huey. The Butcher came back at the end of episode 1, and he's just kind of been there. Said he was gone for a while. He came back, and he's still looking for Beck, and he finds her. They talk, and they end up breaking up too, over the kid, because the Butcher says, like, listen, the kid's a freak, basically. So he doesn't want the kid to be there. And so she busts up with him, and he offers her a way to get out. And they all could have taken off, and they don't. And that happens parallel with Huey getting broken up. And then at the very end of this episode, Homelander goes to the Changeling, and the Changeling, Homelander realizes he doesn't need basically Stillwell. So the Changeling guy turns into Homelander and offers to pleasure Homelander, and then Homelander kills him. And then that's how it ends. It was so freaking dark, dude. It was so dark. The big reveal is Stormfront has been around forever. She's old, and how old we don't know, but they heavily hinted towards that in the first episode before they actually introduced the character. And that's why we got to still see how it plays out. I'm happy they're doing it weekly. I just think they have some slow episodes, and their agenda is starting to show through a lot more. There are some out there, and you would argue rightly so, that it showed through in the first series, but I think it's worse now. And
I agree. I was really enjoying Stormfront, like mouthing off and saying those things, but then it turns out she's absolutely reprehensible, like totally reprehensible. And it's like, yep. That's what they think of us. That's what they think of us, for standing up for common fucking sense. Just saying, hey, there shouldn't be this agenda to make one sex better than the other or promote it over the other, blah, blah, blah. But no, if you think that, then you are basically a Yahtzee. And I think it's disgusting. Almost as disgusting as getting intimate and lying with your head in the lap of a dude. Even one in, doppelganger drag. Holy crap, man. That was so creepy.
Goes into the fridge and gets Stillwell's like frozen breast milk and drinks it. And it is a nihilistic show. It is completely nihilistic. But what balanced it out in the first season was it was funny. Like some crazy shit happened. And right now, like Maeve is kind of useless. Her storyline, I just am so uninterested in. And then, Frenchie, who's a cool character, he's kind of useless right now. The female they need to have her doing stuff because she's basically a mute character. So she needs to be ripping people apart a lot. And she's kind of useless. So we got Mother's Milk, who took front and center this episode, and the Butcher. And the Butcher is just kind of, again, a side character. He's on his jobs. He's passing off missions. He goes to Beck, gets rejected, and then what? Tech Knight was spying on him. There is something, again, I don't know if they're going to follow the comics with Tech Knight, but there is a reveal eventually. I don't know if it's at the end of the series or what, but it'll be interesting. And I don't know where this show goes from here. If everything, if it's going to go Umbrella Academy season 2 on us, which I think it might, which it'll be like half good and then half woke. Oh God, it's just happening to everything then.
I'm really sick of it, man. I'm really so sick of it. And you see it coming a mile away, and it's just the same boring, sad little nothing. It never adds to the story. It always detracts from the story. It always makes the story more of a cliche, oddly enough. You know, in Umbrella Academy season 2, the love affair between Ellen Page and what's her name. God, we've seen that 50 million times. It didn't add anything new to the discourse or anything. It's just an obligatory thing. And she kills the dad, striking down the patriarch, blah, blah, blah. It's, oh my God, it just gets so fucking tedious. And it's not an even interesting propaganda. It's just by the book, by coloring, paint by numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I recorded, because I don't want to spoil it for anybody, my prediction for the end with Stormfront. And I hope I'll break it out later. And we'll see if I was right. But I think it's pretty predictable what they're going to be doing. And it's because you have to look at through the lens of Hollywood right now, which is such a narrow damn lens. And, that's why, Doctor Who was predictably bad. Star Trek will be predictably bad. Once we get an idea of what the general plot is, we'll probably all figure it out by the end of the first episode. And it's just this death of storytelling that we're seeing, and they're limiting, with the Oscars and everything and all these rules that they put on creativity that they didn't need to do. Mm-hmm. Hollywood is trying to exercise their demons and monetize it. It's not like the audience was this bad, and this disdain is showing through. And, we brought it up multiple times, Michael Chabon admitting that he thinks that certain parts of the Star Trek audience are ists and phobes. So he wants to irritate them. And it does. It irritates us when you have disdain for the audience. And we can tell, even if you're doing it unintentionally. Or intentionally. And
it's sad. How could you even be a Star Trek fan if you're an ist and a phobe?
Yeah.
In real reality and in realistic terms, a show that espoused a complete and total equality between sexes and races, a show that actually has tackled gay issues before and things of that kind. How can someone who loves Star Trek be an ist and a phobe?
You can't.
Right.
You straight up can't. And same goes for Doctor Who. And it's utterly ridiculous. And yet that stupid narrative comes out there, because if you disagree with me now, or not me, but I'm saying the straw man over there, right, on Twitter, if you disagree, you're an isterophobe. And it brings down, that's why maybe there should be a moratorium on interviewing creatives, or maybe these companies should just go, can you just talk about the story? But no, the companies sign off on this, and everything's going to be a reflection of the Orange Man's America. And it's like, God damn, it's boring when it gets over and over again. So hopefully The Boys doesn't go down that road and they kind of flip the script on us and we're surprised. And I would be very happy to see that. And it's not as predictable as it looks like it's going to be with Stormfront. But until I see otherwise, that's where we're going. I won't say it's completely off the cliff yet, but it's
heading that way.
I'm not like really looking forward to the next episode.
No, I'm not either. I would say that again, Gary, it comes down for me, Huey moping, everybody bitching. Finally, this last episode, people started cheering up a little bit. Last 3 and 4, a little bit, but I got to tell you, this thing, I don't like most of the characters. I mean, I'm just not enjoying them, and I'm not having a whole lot of fun on this show. And it should be a hell of a lot of fun, shouldn't it?
Yeah. I said it earlier. I read the comic books for the Butch and Huey. That's why I read the books. Those are the characters. Homelander was there, and he was an important part of it. But like, I watched this show to see Homelander pretty much being awful. That's all we had to look forward to. And a lot of times it was funny. It was disgusting, but it was funny. But now it's just like dark and creepy and.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what the show is supposed to be, but you know what? Maybe I'm just not feeling dark and creepy right now. I'd like to see something a little inspiring and hopeful. And that was my concern with the series all along was, this is a good book. It was a book of its time in the mid-aughts, and there was a bunch of comic books out there to balance it, right? There was a lot of good Marvel and DC comic books out there to balance it. So when you had this, it was a good, it contrasted Marvel and DC pretty well. And it wasn't the only story that did it. Supreme Power was out at that time. I was talking about this in my member stream today. Supreme Power was out at that time. And there was also Irredeemable. They all came out around the same time. And then there's also, you could say on a much lighter note, The Authority. There's other books out there that kind of did this already. It's just Garth dialed the violence and the craziness up to 11, and they have dialed that way the hell down because they wanted to make a boys, and this is their words, not mine, for the Me Too era. So,
oh God, they're really not. They're not compatible. The boys in the comics is not compatible with the stuffy, staid, puritanistic. Hashtag pound me too era. No, not at all. So what would you sentence the boys to, since Derek is a friend of yours?
Detention.
What do you think?
Detention. I would give it a little detention right now and think about it. Remember what you are. The boys, remember what you are. You are a satire, a dark satire. A satire of superheroes, not of the country. And everybody wants to tell their story, man. Everybody in Hollywood wants to tell you how upset they are. We get it. We got it. Memo received. Remember what you are, Hollywood. You're here to entertain us. You're not here to push in messages. And when you do, it's supposed to be after the entertainment, after the character. You're not a platform. You're just not.
I would add to that, while they're in detention, they have to sit in the corner with a drudge hat on, which is like a dunce cap, only it says drudge on it instead of dunce. It's just because it's kind of boring. It's kind of a drag, and I'm not having a whole lot of fun on this show. I'm just not. Let's read a few more super chats and let's talk about the Oscars. Gary, what do you think?
Let's do it.
All right. Happy Bear with a £5 super chat. Hail Happy Bear. It says, I'm waiting for Vader Reviews Fallen Jedi fan film. Well, I think that'd be awesome. I'll look forward to that when it comes out. And hail to Vader Reviews. Not bad stuff, man. Muzzle Velocity, thank you for the Doomacorn, my friend. K. Gordish with a $5 super chat. Hail K. Gordish, who says First Frontier, Star Trek First Frontier has 380,000 views and has been posted for less than a week. Demonstrates honor Trek and people will watch. Yes, I enjoyed it very much. I don't review fan films because it's not fair. I'm not going to change my standards, and when things are a little iffy in the story or the sound mix or things like that, I have to say it. I can't not say it. So I just don't review per se fan films, but I will say I did enjoy it and I recommend it because if there's one thing that's definite about Star Trek First Frontier, it was done with love by fans for fans. And you gotta love something like that. And I'm glad that 380,000 people are loving it in its first less than a week. I think that's fantastic. JPRPH1, I want to thank you for the $9.99 super sticker of Super Pair flying through the air. That is absolutely fantastic. And hello, R. Fletch, and hail to all my wrenches that are out there working hard for us tonight. God bless you, and thank you all for showing up here tonight. Jaron Kuchta with a $5 super chat. Hail Jaron says, hail Gary and Doomcock. Do y'all think CBS All Access will include the trans heavy episodes in their critic samples of STD to get higher reviews? Does a bear become a pope in the woods? Yes, Jaron Kuchta. Yes, I think there is little doubt. And the only reason they're doing it is to get those virtue signals. Isn't that right? It's just the way it is. It's going to happen, isn't it, Gary?
Is.
That's just the whole reason for it. It's not that they give a shit.
No, they don't give a shit. They never gave a shit. And again, there's tons of people in Hollywood who don't think this way, and they need to change it within. Listen, I think it will change. I do. I think it's going to be, like I said earlier this year, we got to dig our heels in because we just lost some ground as far as bringing our entertainment back to the middle. That's all we've been asking for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And I think we were making some headway. We even heard recently Favreau say we got to listen to the fans. There's certain things that are out there that are still happening that are positive, but this, the riots, the looting, the corporatization of supporting, it's simply because it's an election year, and they're supporting things that are antithetical to their business model. So they can't survive if they keep doing this. So they have to change or they don't. Either way, we're going to be fine. We're going to either get new entertainment and I think a lot of us have already gone through the mourning period of losing some of our greatest franchises. And we realized, hey, it's a pretty good run, 50 years. We got 50 years of, I haven't read every Doctor Who book out there. I've got a lot of stuff I can still enjoy. And there's other stuff. And, hopefully Hollywood finds a way to entertain us again. And if not, then there'll be places we'll just entertain each other. But I want to continue talking about pop culture. I want to talk about it positively as soon as they do something positive.
Yeah, I know. As soon as we have something positive, we will. People are asking, why aren't you more positive? Why do you hate everything? Because everything sucks. That's why. I bend over backwards to like shit. I bend over backwards. But you cannot like garbage. Just straight up. Jesus. Give me something decent, for fuck's sake. Sam Whiskey with go ahead, man.
I absolutely loved 1917 and Ford versus Ferrari. Those are freaking fantastic movies that came out within the last year that you can go see and enjoy the hell out of. They're freaking good. So there's still good things being made and being done.
Sure. Absolutely. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was pretty damn good too. I liked it. Sam Whiskey with a $2.99 super chat says, remember all, every day is Shatner Day. That's right. Every day is Shatner Day, Sam Whiskey. And thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Authoritative news source with a $5 super chat. Hail Authoritative One. Thank you, my friend. Says FYT, hail Overlord DVD. Thank you, Authoritative News Source.
Oh, ghost me, will ya?
Sean Carter with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Sean. Says if you're getting blinking on a mobile device, use your web browser and not the app. It won't blink on you. Hail Gary and Doomcock. So that's advice from Sean Carter, folks. If you're still having any problems with the live stream and you're watching it on a mobile device, use your web browser, not the app. And that will hopefully help. Thank you, Sean Carter. Admin Grumpy Bear with a $20 super chat. Very generous of you, oh dear and wise Admin Grumpy Bear. And I thank you, sir. He says, Star Trek has reached the apathy stage. There's no coming back from that until it hits rock bottom and they rebuild under new showrunners. Amen. There could be no peace as long as Kurtzman is still making Star Trek. I think that is an axiom. We should spread that far and wide. Shout it from the highest mountain. Shout it down into the lowest valley. There can be no peace as long as Kurtzman is still crapping on Star Trek. Thank you, Admin Grumpy Bear. It's great to see you, my friend. And hail Raven Z Black, Phoenix Argus, R Fletch, Big Daddy MRI, Muzzle Velocity, and of course, all of my wrenches. Slithering Peanut, hello. And KB, so many great people here tonight. KG Jung, Betty Gentry, so many of you guys, you're awesome. Thank you for being here tonight. Michigan Man 95 with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Michigan Man. Said, I had the misfortune of seeing that trailer for Star Trek Discovery Season 3, and that alone looked absolutely pathetic. That show can't end fast enough. Amen. Amen. I'm really hoping that this will be the last insult that Kurtzman can level at Star Trek. And I don't think there's going to be a Picard season 2. I'm just calling it. I'm standing by that. I don't think it's going to happen. Hail Larry, and Tippy Tail McKitty, and Eric K. Good to see you guys. And Dayhawk 666, wonderful to see you. Ramo Grey Wolf, James Johnson, you guys are awesome. Thunder Robots, with a $5 super chat says, oh, good. The year 3000. We can send them Kurtzman Trek and we'll monitor their minds. Their minds will turn to mush if they see Kurtzman Trek Thunder Robots. Minds will absolutely turn to mush. Eric K with a $5 super chat. Hail, Eric K says, I bet Brie does not buffer unless it is buffing a zucchini.
Ooh. Biggest one she found, Eric.
Oh, I know, but doesn't she hate that sort of thing? I don't know. Deef, welcome. Good to see all of you folks. I'm just delighted to have you all 2,000. How many have we got here? It looks like we've got, we've had 2,200. We've still got 2,011 folks here tonight, Gary. That's pretty awesome. Amazing.
That's awesome.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, at least we can, commiserate together, laugh at it together, mock them together when they act stupid, which is daily right now. Tom Hanks deleted a bunch of tweets today. That was weird. There's all kinds of conspiracy theories behind that, and I think it's odd. It's definitely odd. Maybe he just wanted to clear out his Twitter account. I'm sure he didn't do it. It was probably his assistant. But yeah. And then Gina Carano has been the hero of the people. That's been the one positive shining light is Gina. And I will, at Disney, are you going to be consistent? Is she going to get killed off in The Mandalorian somehow mysteriously? Are you going to fire her? Or are you going to let her say her piece just like you let Ryan Johnson say his piece, which that would at least be consistent. I mean, if you're not going to bust Ryan Johnson, then don't bust Gina Carano. And that's what I said about Roseanne. You know what? Roseanne should be working right now. If James Gunn is working, Roseanne should be working. I am against cancel culture, but somebody called me out on Twitter and you got me. I'm a total hypocrite. I am against canceling that film on Netflix. You got me there. I guess if that makes me a hypocrite, then so be it. I guess I'm a hypocrite. No problem. Although that has nothing to do with cancel culture, but whatever. Go ahead. That's fine. I don't care.
Well, I think that cancel culture is basically, I think the distinction is you still have to fight evil. You still have to fight things that are atrocities, things that damage the culture and damage the world. But this thing about canceling somebody for a slip of the lip or expressing their honest opinion respectfully, or if they make a mistake, all human beings make mistakes. All human beings have fallen short of the glory of God, as it were. And, to err is human, to forgive divine. And there is no forgiveness in cancel culture. That's the problem.
Yes, and it was. I mean, it was a ridiculous. It's Twitter logic. Okay, so based on that logic, then snuff film should be okay because it's all about the context, right? No, actually not. It's against the law. And like I said, I think there's scenes in that film on Netflix that if you filmed them in California, I think it would be against the law.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the very least it's arguable. I don't think so, but there's obviously a lot of people who want to defend it, and it's obviously on political lines and not. And that person accused me of not watching the film when I actually did. So, you know what? I really didn't want to. I thought the clips were enough, but I said, okay, I made like 3 videos on it. I'll watch it, and I did. I'm sorry, I did. I really am. It left me with a dark feeling. I usually don't have that, but and it wasn't the film itself. It was the defense of it, the constant defense of it, and shielding yourself behind a female director. Like all of a sudden that makes shit okay, because if a dude directed that film, it would be gone. It would be gone. So that's the only reason people are defending it, because they're either cowards, flat out cowards, or they are willing to sell their soul to stay in the system. Both are completely applicable, and I can believe both. Or they are actually sympathetic to that kind of thing. Don't want to believe that there's that many people sympathetic to that kind of thing, but I'm starting to. The conversation, it started on Twitter. Twitter's a dark place anyway, but even some YouTubers out there defending it, which they're going to regret that decision. There's just 1 or 2 lines we shouldn't cross as a people, and not have the government mandate it. I think the government mandating stuff like that, and I don't think the government should have to mandate it, because there's already laws in the books, although they're being wiped clean here in my state, and that's one of the reasons I'm leaving. One of the many reasons I'm leaving. I can't live in a state that allows this kind of crap. So,
and I don't blame you whatsoever, man. You're well rid of that. I just have to say. Casey Osowski with a $100 super chat.
Whoa.
Hail to my arch villain and legionnaire, Casey MF Osowski. I added the MF because he's so badass. Casey, man, I love you. I want to thank you for this $100 super chat. It's very, very, very kind of you. And Casey Osowski says, hail all. Now we get yet another streaming service nobody will watch. That's why I say, God bless YouTube. Amen, brother. Amen. Thank you, Casey Osowski. I hope you're listening, and I hope you're having a good time with us tonight. I'm having a good time. Are you having a good time, Gary?
I'm having a great time. I love streaming with Doomcock.
I love streaming with Gary, man. Exozone coming back soon. Get ready, folks.
Yes.
It's coming. It is coming. I can't wait. God, we have a lot to talk about. But we'll press on with this for now. Jordy Jr. with a $15.47 super chat. Thank you, Jordy Jr. Says Nerdrotic and Doomcock. Like Matthew McConaughey said in True Detective, Discovery is all one ghetto man, a giant gutter in outer space. Well said. Jordy Jr. Love callbacks to True Detective and Matthew McConaughey. One of our favorite shows here on the Inquisition. Without a doubt. Thank you, Jordy Jr. I love it, man. Let's see. Automation D&D with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says 2 of my favorite toxic gentlemen, Gary Nerdrosis and Cock of Doom. Enjoy the vacay, my overlord. Hope your move concludes in peace, Gary. I will feed the sharks with lasers on their heads during your absence. Thank you, Automation D&D. Yes, I'm just going to take a few days and back away from everything and just try to relax, rejuvenate, maybe do a little work on the channel. And I thank you, Automation D&D. I appreciate the kind wishes for me and for Gary. And thank you for taking care of those sharks with lasers. You know, they will not feed themselves. No. They get a laser on their head and they think they're princesses, I tell you.
Yeah, it goes right to the literally.
It really does. They're funny things, these sharks. Maldus Alver with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Maldus. Good to see you, my friend. It says, it is no longer the United Federation of Planets. It is now the Union of Solar Systems of Progress. Really? I mean, you may be making a joke, but honestly, that could. I know. The USSP, the USSR is what it should be. Union of Solar Systems of Regressive Progress. That's what it should be. I don't know, Maldus Alver. It's sad when I can't tell if you're joking anymore. I can't even tell if you're joking. That's how bad things have gotten. Michael Maloney with a $2 super chat says, hail. And I say, hail, Michael Maloney, sir. You are awesome. God bless you, Michael. Good to see you. Maldus Alver with 2 more super chats, a $2 and a $5 in a row. Thank you, Maldus Alver. He says, no RoboCop, Robo Social Worker. Well, actually, Gary, if they're going to do RoboCop before RoboCop, if they're taking the Robo out, won't it just be Cop?
I think so. I think they should just call it Cop.
And now here's Cop.
Here's Cop.
It's just, oh my God.
Everybody wants MCU, man. It's pathetic. Hollywood is so pathetically sad sometimes when it comes to ideas. And, start adapting books again. Is there anything wrong with that?
No.
Not the book there.
You can rip off ideas from books legally by just optioning them. And then you say, okay, we're making a movie of the book and nobody will blink. That's the honest way to rip off shit. For God's sakes. Don't you think?
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to have seen, if Andre's out there listening from Midnight's Edge, a Conan series on Amazon, like a good Aryan Conan series that they axed, for lack of a better term, because it was too masculine.
Oh God, I know, man. I would love a great Conan series. I mean, that would be great.
So brilliant. You would think The Witcher would wake them up to that. That's just money right there, waiting to be made. Do just a freaking solid. And listen, if any of the SJWs come out, you go, hey, dude, it's a fantasy. It's not real. And, it's supposed to take place in the time, it was barbaric back then. That's why they're called barbarians.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great, though? What I would want to see in a Conan movie, TV show, would be make it very colorful. Make it very rollicking and full of adventure and drama, and really do some deep world building. I think that with the monsters that they have and the snake gods and it wouldn't be incredible, wouldn't it?
It would put The Witcher to shame. And listen, I love The Witcher. I
do too.
Cavill. I think he makes The Witcher, but Conan would school that show if they did it proper. And then I just missed it in the chat. Sorry. But they said, base it on the books and the comics. Absolutely. It's all right there for you. It'd be a little expensive, but I think your return would be brilliant.
I know, man.
I would see a freaking. It's too bad that they wasted an opportunity with Jason Momoa as Conan, because I think he looked like fucking Conan. He looked the part, but
he kind of does. But I don't know. At this point, I'm a little tired of seeing him in those kinds of roles. And I saw the Conan movie he was in, which was not good, so it kind of soured me on him. I don't want to see somebody else, maybe unknown. maybe somebody that we haven't seen before.
Exactly, and. Yeah, I on my member stream today, I turned the members on to Spartacus. Some of them had not even heard of the show, and
the TV show, right?
Yeah, so good.
I love Spartacus. It was awesome.
I showed the trailer, and there was like boobs in the trailer. I didn't know.
I know, it's fantastic. It's really great pulp fiction stuff. It is like Grindhouse stuff. Extreme, over the top, insane violence, which is hilarious, and great nudity. It's it's just first rate. It's kind of like Banshee and Spartacus are two of my favorite kind of, balls to the wall, just kick-ass shows. You're really fantastic.
I think that era of television is going to be remembered, because I thought we were going to get a good long one and we didn't, but it was, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, there was just a lot of good TV out. When, Breaking Bad was just starting. Game of Thrones was still, good in the early days of Mr. Robot, and it was good. And then you go back to 2011, we had Spartacus, we had Banshee, we had Justified. There was like fucking good shows, and they just
absolutely fantastic.
Supernatural.
Speaking of great shows, Gary, today I was digging around, kind of cleaning up my lair a little bit. You know what I found in my bottom shelf, mixed in with a whole bunch of other action figures? A Nightman action figure.
No way.
Yeah, I got a Nightman action figure. I forgot I even had that.
That is hilarious.
I love it. I'm glad that I was consistent
Malibu,
even
right?
back then.
Malibu.
Yeah, no,
Nightman.
yeah. I love the TV show. I know it's terrible, but I love it. It makes me happy. It's so dumb, but it's also so brilliant in a way.
Your mind has become tuned to the frequency of evil.
Evil.
Of evil.
They had Patrick McNee for 5 minutes in the pilot, and they played him in every episode in the title sequence. It's just, that's milking your production value, Glenn Larson.
Holy
Good
crap.
for you.
Oh my God. I used to have one of these at the shop. I had a loose. Yeah. Oh my God.
I've got him. He's loose, obviously. Unfortunately, I opened up
Long
the pack,
hair.
played with him. But yes, the long hair, the cape. Yeah, it's great. Nightman. But I digress. Maldus Alver with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Maldus. Says, fun fact. In Seattle, I saw firefighters responding to shootings in bulletproof vests and bomb suits. Wow. Well, yeah, once a hero, always a hero, I guess. Hail to the firefighters around the world, especially in this season. You guys are the best.
Yep.
Gotta love those firefighters, man. They are genuine fucking heroes. No doubt about it. And Lost Hope with a $2 Australian super chat says, why not just send them to a galaxy far, far away? Because the galaxy far, far away has gotten farther and farther away under the administration of Kathleen Kennedy and Disney. So it's a longer trip than it used to be, and it's not nearly as much fun. Charles Branch with a $3 super sticker giving me a thumbs up here. Thank you, Charles Branch. We have gotten a thumbs up from Charles Branch. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it, brother. Thunder Robots with a $5 super chat. Hail Thunder Robots says every RoboCop movie covers his life before RoboCop. So if you take all the flashbacks and put them together, you have your prequel. There you go, Thunder Robots. Are you listening, Hollywood? You need to make Thunder Robots a producer. He's just saved you millions and millions of dollars. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. Talbot Links with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Talbot Links. Says Hollywood fostering The Division? If only. I like that game. In all seriousness, though, the need to make the thing or make something new. They need to make the thing or make something new, not rebrand. Yeah, I'm sick and tired of their rebranding crap. I'm sick and tired of every effing thing that they're doing. Iblon85, thank you for the super sticker. Bushiba, giving me a thumbs up. I really appreciate it, Iblon85, as much as I appreciate your emoji art, which is absolutely first rate. Shock 2957 with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Shock. Says amen, Doomcock. Amen. Thank you, Shock 2957. And amen to you as well. John Wayne Drinks SJW Tears with a $5 super chat. Thank you, John Wayne Drinks SJW Tears. Says, obvious observation. They're making all of this woke garbage for career activists who have neither the time nor the money to watch it. Pure genius, Pilgrim. Thank you, my friend. Yes, they are making woke garbage for career activists. Have neither the time nor the money to watch it. They don't give a shit. It is, in fact, just so damn smart of them. How do they think of such bankrupting strategies? I just don't know. King Tiberius with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Says, no one that thinks half of people are evil will ever understand what Star Trek was saying about the potential of humanity. Effing men. Amen, King Tiberius. They are so phony, so full of shit. They're not interested in fixing anything, not interested in making any kind of progress. They are progressives in name only. Thank you, King Tiberius. Price of Reason with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh pricey one and reasonable one. Says, hey guys, thanks for recommending Star Trek First Frontier. It was 100 times better than all that crap Trek they've been putting out in recent years. God almighty, I tell you what, without a doubt, it's the difference between some shit that is made with love and some shit that is just made for the sake of prostitution. Artistic prostitution, but prostitution nonetheless. Matthew Shrubsoul with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Matthew. Says, the desperation is real, my lord. Aim for the head and end its pitiful existence. We're trying to get the woke head off of the SJW dragon, but I don't know, they keep growing back. Maybe it's a hydra, not a dragon. I don't know. Lee Jordan with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Lee. Says, hey Hollywood, when people pay for steak, give them the steak, not the crap you want us to eat. Yeah, try pulling that shit in a restaurant to see how long that restaurant stays in business, for Christ's sakes. Well done, Lee Jordan. Overkill 161 with a 99-cent super sticker of a poop, a happy smiling poop. Thank you for the happy smiling poop. Overkill 161. Blue Satoshi with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Blue Satoshi. Says, I'm convinced CBS thinks all their investors will jump ship if they ever come clean with the state of Trek. Also, the stream keeps cutting out. I am so sorry, folks. I don't know what we can do. I hope that StreamYards or YouTube or whatever the hell is going on will fix this in the future. I don't know what to do about it, but I guess we'll put our heads together and try to figure it out, Gary. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see what happens. Stellar Heather with a $2 super chat. Thank you, oh Stellar One. Says, a tip to my bitcher. Hail Doomrotic. They're tossing a coin to the bitchers, Gary. Isn't that great? I love it.
Yes.
And also I saw today a making of The Witcher. It made me really hungry for The Witcher. I really love that show. And by the way, Gary, have you started playing The Witcher yet?
No, I'd get lost if I did.
I love The Witcher, dude. Oh, I am such a fucking badass, dude. I'm such a badass. I have really wisely invested my sigil stones and my runes and my ability points. I have assembled the Griffin School armor set. I have the entire set now. I have also invested in Griffin School techniques. And so it's just boosting all of my powers. It's boosting all of my stamina regeneration. I have got fucking like greater Igni stones littered about my person. The upshot being, I can basically continuously cast Igni, which is a ring of fire. It's the Johnny Cash, I fell into a burning ring of fire. And I just watch these dumb motherfuckers burn. And it is so much fun. And then sometimes I'll go and whack them and they're suffering early, or I'll just cast it again. I mean, that's a problem with a lot of the signs that you have as a Witcher, is you can only cast them, and then you have to wait for your stamina to rebuild. And meanwhile, you're getting attacked and everything. My stamina, I've just wisely invested all of my points. My stamina is coming back so fast that I can, boom, cast fire. 1001, 1002, 1003, boom, cast fire again. I am a badass mofo. I just had to let you know. I don't even know. It's not relevant. I just had to share that with somebody, dude. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I'm afraid to check it out. It's like, where's Neurotic? I mean, a couple of people might notice if I'm gone for a couple months.
I think they would, but it's a lot of fun, dude. I have to say. Anyway, sorry about that. Hail Stellar Heather, and thank you. We at your bitchers, thank you for the tip. Thank you very much. Java Bean with a $22.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, Java Bean says, hail to you both. Belated congrats, Lord Doomcock, on 200,000 plus subs. It's been a rough time here for so many reasons, but you guys have helped so much and have been such great company. All the best to you both. Thank you, Java Bean, for allowing us the privilege of being with you in these hard times. Means a lot to me and Gary, and honestly, you guys get me through a lot of these hard times too. I bet that's the same for you, Gary, isn't it?
Absolutely. No,
I mean,
it wasn't for everyone out there. I don't even know. I don't know, especially it's been such a weird time for everybody, and we've all had to go through some probably pretty interesting life changes, some better than others, and you guys have certainly helped me for sure, keep me sane. I say that's why I live stream so much, so I can. I am a social creature, and you
are,
and I couldn't go out where I was. I was a prisoner in not in the sense that, like Ellen DeGeneres. I wasn't a prisoner in like a, 6,000 foot house. It was like 1,000 square foot house. And there was nothing to do. And if I went outside, I'd step in poop. So, that's why I stayed in.
Poop and needles.
Did you hear about the guy who streamed himself pooping on Nancy Pelosi's driveway yesterday?
No,
he did. Oh, that was funny. I thought.
Oh my God!
It's on Twitter.
On Twitter, is it?
It's on Twitter. Yes, it happened.
Oh my God, that's so sick.
It's
really funny,
but
it's sick.
Funny.
It is funny. Thank you, Java Bean, brother. It means a lot to us. It really does. And not as funny as Captain Spire with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Captain. He says, I saw a pro football game play. No one in the crowds, and all the cheers are pre-recorded shouts of fans. Star Trek, Bread and Circuses had a more live audience.
Oh, they really did that. Just don't do the crowd at all. I mean, just have them play ball. It's not going to be as good, but the piped in crowd, and you can see that they're not there. That's ridiculous.
It's just creepy.
It is
creepy. It's creepy. I mean, it's okay on a like it used to work on a sitcom, like the Dick Van Dyke Show, which was not shot in front of a live audience, but they'd go ahead and layer in the audience laughing. It works for a sitcom because of the theater experience. In other words, when you go and see a play, for example, you're out in the audience and they're up on the stage. And from the audience's point of view, you don't see the audience. But a football game's different because there's just no way to just show nothing but the field. You're going to see that the stands are empty. And so it becomes a weird, creepy, eerie, like post-apocalyptic gaslighting kind of an experience. It's not fun. It's not fun. I'm not going to watch football this season. I'm just bored with it. I mean, it's nothing without the crowds. I've been watching the U.S. Open, and I've still been able to enjoy that because the dynamics of the game remain the same. It's a little diminished by the crowd, but I think football, the excitement of a touchdown, the excitement of an interception or a really incredible hit on somebody, is just so hollow when there's just nobody cheering. It's just so everything is the same.
No,
I just don't like it, Gary.
No. And considering football's act lately, and like me, I gave it up when my Chargers left out of San Diego, which I will never forgive Dean Spanos for.
Never.
No.
Screw them.
God damn. Yeah, it was easy to give up football though. I thought it would be bad because it was, it's not just like being a Star Wars fan. I was a football Charger fan my entire life. Bled blue and gold, and there's not many of us. Okay, like hardcore Charger fans. And when they left, I was done, and I haven't watched a second of it. Like maybe accidentally in passing at the gym or something, but I haven't watched a second of football. I could tell you the entire roster, all, every single person on the roster, every position, their draft for the last, but no, I don't even care anymore. Don't even know who's on the team anymore. Don't care.
Yep. I think that's about where I am, unfortunately. This season, I'm not gonna be watching football. It's just too sad. Classic Comics with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Classic Comics. Says, after the streaming wars shake out, we'll have 3 to 4 streaming services left. Then they'll start raising prices because they figure you have nowhere to go. Gather ye physical media while ye may. That's all I'm gonna say. Get those DVDs piled up. I have more stuff than I can watch. So I am well insulated. I have more things to read, more comics to read, more videos to watch. Screw them. Claudia C with a Dumacorn. Thank you, Claudia C. Maldus Alver with a $5 super chat. Hail Maldus Alver says, you want to break up Hollywoke, you need to bust SAG first, the Screen Actors Guild. Well, I think that might just happen as a consequence of everybody leaving. I don't know. We'll see, Maldus Alver, but I don't really know how to attack SAG. I think SAG will just sag on its own once Hollywood collapses. Bun 299 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Bun. Says, I canceled my Netflix after 16 years this weekend. I was not happy to do so, but I cannot support Cuties. If they want my money, they can remove Cuties and I'll sign back up. Well done, Bun 299. That is a very principled decision. I think it's going to be a lot harder when Witcher season 2 comes on. How do you pass that up? I don't know. But we got to register our displeasure with this garbage. I think we absolutely do. One of the ways is to vote with your wallet. Another way is to flood them with negative messages on Twitter, on email, in every venue. Make it clear that you do not support the normalization of this kind of garbage. Son of Dagon, thank you for the devilish little happy little super sticker there. Thank you, Son of Dagon. It looks a very happy little devil. And Bun 299 says with a $5 super chat, addendum to his previous super chat. But if this is the hill Netflix wants to die on, they'll do so without me. Well said, Bun 299. And speaking of dying on hills, Gary, let's talk about the Oscars. Let's talk about the diversity formula that they are going to subject every single production to if they want to be nominated, at the very least for Best Picture, although I don't know if it's also for other awards. But let me tell you something. I said earlier in this stream that this is all about soulfulness. This is all about art. And one thing that is antithetical to art is going ahead and turning movies, books, entertainment in general into some kind of bean counting thing where you have to have a certain level of Black people, you have to have a certain level of white people, you have to have a certain level of women, you have to have a certain level of people who are differently abled, mentally challenged. I don't know. Where does it end? I don't know. But I do know that a lot of the best damn movies ever made would absolutely be ineligible for consideration by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. They're going to need to take out the arts, and they're just going to have to be the Academy of Motion Picture Sciences. Basically, math, bean counting. How many people in this class do you have? How many people in this class do you have? Have you met your diversity quotas? Have you met your ratios? Well, they didn't on Casablanca. They didn't get it on the Adventures of Robin Hood. They didn't get it on Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. They sure as hell didn't get it on Glengarry Glen Ross, which is one of the best cast movies I've ever seen in my life. Beckett, any movie that's historical about England or Britain in the old days of knights and so on, all those would be ineligible for consideration. They don't give a shit about art. They don't give a shit about our culture, about our civilization, about our hopes and dreams. They're just a bunch of bean counting drones, drudges, just wanting to kind of make us all as joyless as they are.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to inspire anymore. They don't want to stir love inside of us. I heard some idiot. In fact, it was one of the producers on The Witcher, for fuck's sake. One of the producers on The Witcher, in this making of The Witcher thing, said something that made me roll my eyes so far in the back of my head I could see my own ass out through my ears. And this woman said, everybody wants to see themselves represented on the screen, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. I mean, it is just, I don't need to see myself or my life echoed on the fucking screen. The whole strength of storytelling, the whole point of storytelling is to share different perspectives, to share different stories. You can learn a lot more about a different culture or a different point of view by showing us their viewpoint, not lecturing us, but presenting us a character that's different from ourselves, that looks at the world differently. That isn't a direct representation of me that I can feel good about myself because I'm such a fucking worthless narcissist that I have to have affirmation every minute of the day for my lifestyle choices or my opinions or the way I look or the way I shave my head or the way that I put my boots on in the morning or whatever. It's just absolutely ridiculous. What do you think, Gary?
I agree. We see this on Twitter with this oversharing of personal issues, the pronoun thing, everything. I don't care about any of that. And I watch something to get a different experience, to be taken away from my life. That's why I don't like dramas. I think that's the thing Hollywood does the worst, because they have, especially nowadays, because they have lost touch with their customer, and the common person. So that's why they're so proud of themselves when they feel like they're authentic. You always, that was such an authentic speech. It's like, no, listen, they wrote it. It's not authentic. It wasn't and I couldn't agree more. I don't need to see myself. Some of my favorite things are with, I've never identified with a wizard before in my life, or an alien, or none of it. And it's not necessary. We don't need to, we're not children. We don't need to pretend we're somebody. When I was a kid, certainly, thought it was Peter Parker. I pretended, and we just need to see, it's okay to see different experiences and stuff on screen, as long as it's a good story first. We go to escape. We go to get entertained. It's not, art is important, but I think, I've always felt art. It's important in society. It shows how far society has come, but it's not that important. It's what's important is food, shelter, and water. That's important. Relationships are important. This is just entertainment, something to be consumed or watched, or however you want to put it, in our leisure time. It's a leisure thing that we have to be comfortable. A society that isn't comfortable will not have entertainment. They don't think about that shit. And we've had it so good for so long that we have been just constantly looking for problems. That's, that goes down to the pronoun thing that Gina Carano was talking about. It's like, we're just waking up in the morning looking for people to attack on Twitter, finding a way to call somebody an ist. like making up ways to call somebody a nist. And that's bled into our entertainment now, when this used to be the great unifier. Again, Star Trek, franchises like that. And that's why we discuss it. Of course, we're not talking about the political drama. That stuff can exist too. That's how we can experience, even if a historical drama, most of them are done like crap, but they're interesting to see once in a while. And I just want to be taken away. That's it. I want to enjoy a little fun. I don't want to be thinking about that stuff, because I think about it in my everyday life, and we've all been thinking about it a lot lately, and we could all use a break. And we'll maybe get one next year. I don't know.
No, it's true. I mean, we do need a break. We badly need a break. I think my point is that if the way that Hollywood used to kind of inject the art into the cinematic experience was in subtext, was an allegory, in a lot of clever ways. I think that something like Casablanca, for example, is an extremely artistic triumph. I think entertainment often, the best entertainment works on many, many levels at once. I think that Star Wars is escapist entertainment, but it also had, I think, a certain amount of thoughtfulness, a certain amount of stuff about the Force and things like that, talking about morality, talking about heroism. These things inspire. These things inspire. And I think that inspiration is a great way to advance the kind of, I don't know, you want to move things forward in society, make an artistic statement like Gene Roddenberry did, that at the same time entertains. They are not antithetical, except when SJWs do it. Then it's absolutely antithetical, because they don't know how to entertain, because they have no poetry in their souls. And I think that's what's necessary. I think you should have like some kind of test, metric test. It's got a blood test for poetry in your soul. And if you pass, you don't pass that, you don't get to make movies. That would be my little idea. Although unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to measure it at this juncture. But that's what I'm saying. And it's just so sad that they think that saying you have to meet diversity quotas to be considered for our award, basically all that says is that your award isn't worth the scrap metal it's made out of. That's my feeling. What do you think?
Absolutely. And it's just the same people in control wanting to maintain that control. They just decided they want to be more inclusive and diverse, but it will be the people they pick. So will it really be inclusive and diverse? And then how are you going to present these characters instead of doing it naturally? And all for it, again, there's shows out there that already exist that are doing it just fine, that don't make an issue of it. With the Oscars, you're limiting art, and nobody's going to go out and make a film. Well, now they have to if they want to win this award. And I'm thinking they're just going to say, screw it, we don't need to win the award. And Hollywood's not in a position to be dictating much right now anyway. So I think what a lot of entities are worried is they're going to lose power, because we're starting to think about more important things right now than just entertainment. So they're trying to keep their relevance. And that's what a lot of this is. And Hollywood, whatever problems they have, that's Hollywood's problem. That's one they created. And if they, I love how they're like, we're going to fix this, and we'll be the great moral, ambassadors of morality now, because Hollywood has been so good. Speaking of morals in the past, even in the recent past, and this is all stemming from bad people in Hollywood, and they're still there. They're still there. So this is the same Hollywood that wants to do all this. That's defending cuties right now. I just want to remind everyone that they're the same people. So I don't know if you want them I just wouldn't consider them the best judges right now. What they were good at was making stories, making make-believe stories, and adult pretending, and they were really good at it, and we enjoyed it, and we've given them a lot of money, and they have, they've always been, I mean, listen, it's part of the deal to be, they're, egotistical, but this has gone like way too far. They have they have really, I don't know, outlived their usefulness at this point. And I think the Oscars have for a long time. I think they've always been kind of a debaucherous circle jerk to begin with. You're going to tell me how to live my life while you go to a party in a limousine wearing a $250,000 dress and $150,000 necklace. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. You know what? Talk about your movie. I'm okay with you celebrating that and celebrating film and the art. That's all we want. We want it to be fun. And it's just I think the actors are starting to realize that they haven't been using their voice for this long. They are pretenders. So when they get that rare opportunity to get on stage, they feel like they have to do everything. They have to change the world. And I think there might be a lot of guilt involved with that. I wouldn't, you want to call it white guilt? Sure. Because I'm sure there's times if you're traveling and you go to a third world country and you're staying at the 4-star hotel there and you're sitting there going, oh, God, I pretend for a living and I make millions of dollars. And that dude over there is digging a hole for water. It probably gets to you. Well, there's something you can do about it personally instead of projecting that on everybody else, on your paying customers who are just working people who don't get limoed everywhere or anywhere and don't ever get to touch a $250,000 dress or a necklace or clothes like that or live a lifestyle like that. And I think the ingratitude is what people hate the most. There's hypocrisy and there's ingratitude. And that's all we've been hearing from Hollywood lately.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true.
So
they are act with guilt that projecting it on us.
Yeah, and now they're going to fix it through the Oscars, the award show that got its panties in a bunch that they wouldn't let a black man host it based on some racy jokes that he did on Twitter. Yet you'll let other hosts come in who have done worse on Twitter. Or you'll let somebody direct your Disney film who has done much worse on Twitter, but you're going to cancel Kevin Hart and then tell us, I mean, again, hypocrisy, total hypocrisy.
It is. And I think nobody should be paying attention to the Oscars. I don't think you should have before. You sure as hell shouldn't now because it's a really I don't know. Isn't it really a repudiation of damn near every movie that came before? I mean, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, this is not just in actors. This isn't like in crew and everything else, Gary. And, when it comes to things like stunts and things like that, it can become a safety issue. There is such a thing as expertise and qualification. And, I think that this rule may result in a lot of people who are not qualified getting kind of shoehorned into certain positions, which could really go to the detriment of the film. I mean, not just the narrative, not just the level of acting, because now no longer will the best actors be getting the roles. They will have to apportion it, and I don't even know for a fact, Gary, what the lines of Ultimate Division are going to be. How deep are they going to go into these divisions? How much diversity are they going to require? Is it going to have to? Is every movie going to have to be like a United Nations? Do you know?
Yeah, I think any historical drama is going to be like that now, and
Jaws wouldn't pass.
There's such an easy fix for this. Just do what you were doing before. If you actually look at the numbers, I mean, we're talking about representation here, and everybody wants representation in film or in sports or on the executive level. But we're not talking about this, and I've said this a million times on my live streams, and you have too, in sanitation. We're not looking for it there. When you went to Taco Bell today, did you hear everybody's pronouns before you ordered your tacos? Did you make sure? I mean, was there enough LGBTQ plus representation in this Taco Bell? Was there proper inclusiveness in this Taco Bell? Did you see yourself and the person serving you your tacos? Were you able to identify with that person who was selling you your tacos? Did you give them their agency, or did you not? Did you, was it a he or a she or a them? We don't know. I need to know these things before I buy my tacos. It's fucking stupid.
I think everyone should have to be going out in public with their preferred pronouns on a lapel button, so that there will be no more confusion, because there are now 72 different genders, and at last count. So gosh, I mean, you gotta be on your toes.
I need to see myself in my garbage man when he comes by. If I don't identify with my garbage man, I don't want him taking out my garbage.
That's right. And if I was ever in some kind of like let's say I got hit by a meteorite, and I'm rushed to the hospital, and I'm barely clinging to life. Yeah, I'm going to look up and I'm going to say, "Excuse me, is this hospital diverse enough?"
Exactly.
Doctor, identify. Otherwise, I have to protest. Yeah.
It was Ricky Gervais, like his whole fucking thing from the Golden Globes was so good. But I love when he said, we were going to do an in memoriam, but yeah, it's too white. Not enough representation. Maybe next year.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, and that's where we're at. We're finding shit to argue over now. And it's so fucking stupid. And when you call out the ridiculousness of it, there's a point where you're going to realize that you're being ridiculous. I think Hollywood's getting that point. They're hysterical. They look like a bunch of hysterical lunatics.
Yes.
And we're okay with you being lunatics. You're actors. It's fine. Just be that. Be that. And no, I don't need, for God's sakes, I don't want to see me on the screen all the time. Thank you. No, I've lived my life. I want to see, I don't want to see a 51-year-old, former drug addict. Yeah, it's so boring. I want to see something different. And when you're demonizing, calling out the bullshit, that's right. Because we see through your bullshit all the time. And that's this Oscar thing is the ultimate. We keep saying it, like they'll do something dumb tomorrow. They'll do something just as dumb tomorrow. Like, maybe the Golden Globes will become the award show now, if they have Ricky Gervais host it every year. And he just roasts actors. That's what I said last year, is like, if you did that every year, if you just made the award shows a roast, like whoever wins the award, you roast the shit out of them. That would be entertaining. That would get fucking crazy ratings. Remember that William Shatner roast? God damn, that was the best roast.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good, man. I loved it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, that was on my birthday, 10 years ago now, more than that, maybe 13 years ago. We had all the people from my comic shop over at my house, and we watched that. It was fucking hilarious.
Sweet. Absolutely sweet. I love it. So it's just so soulless. It is just so devoid of inspiration. It is so devoid of merit. It is just so damn soulless. It breaks my heart. But you know what? I don't give a shit about the Oscars per se. What I really lament is Hollywood turning out movies to meet these requirements. That is where the soullessness, the calculation of it will just be so obvious. It just, look, there's some movies that absolutely can be diverse. There's some movies that shouldn't be. If you're doing a particular slice of life, like Barbershop, for example, that was a movie about a black community where the men would gather in the barbershop. It was like a hub of socializing and social life in their neighborhood. So what we should shoehorn in a white guy and a guy from India and a woman. I mean, there's just some movies that are not like that, and to have to force that into Viking sagas, for example, it's just so sad and pathetic. Just
And what it means is, we're not going to get
yeah.
stuff like that now. And I mean, since the Oscars is mandating it, is it going to affect the Emmys? Is it going to affect TV? Is it going to affect all of Hollywood now? Because they mandate enough. I mean, it's barely art in some instances as it is. At this point, it just stops being art. Are you gonna, were you gonna mandate Picasso? It's like it's ridiculous, and most people are saying it's ridiculous. It was just how did that guy? It was the guy Mead was interviewing. Tom K. I forgot what the guy's name was, but he said it's the elite who came up with that idea without considering anybody. You're talking the top 1 or 2% in Hollywood making this decision. And what they just decided was the end of the Oscars, and had a good run, but nobody's going to care now. You're not going to get a Lord of the Rings. It wouldn't have won under these parameters.
Right. Yeah. It would not have, and it would not be nominated. And you're going to have to start doing things like just shoehorning in different races to be different colors or something like that. When it doesn't fit the kind of lore that it was, it's just sad. Like The Witcher, right? I mean, The Witcher did have some woke shit in it. I'm sorry to say, it really did, and I think season 2 may be even worse.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't watch the Oscars anyway, so it's no loss to me. And the films I like don't usually win them, and honestly, I think it was already like that. It's a bunch of movies, a good share of them that you haven't heard of, and it was the Harvey Weinsteining of the Oscars. When he basically, that's when they changed fundamentally, and films like Saving Private Ryan didn't win, and that was a joke. So, I mean, fine at this point, we'll find something else to do. Not every award show is meant to last forever. Just because it's been around our lifetime doesn't mean it's, we're already starting to see a lot of the 20th century stuff just start to fade away. Broadcast television, award shows. I think there'll be a time where people look at award shows with disdain. Well, we already are, but I mean, overall, they're going to go, yeah, those things were pretty dumb. They're really subjective. And you think about how many best pictures you can't remember that have lost to films that are all-time classics anyway.
Yeah.
It's,
like E.T. I just said E.T. should have won. Damn it.
Yeah.
He should have won. Raiders of the Lost Ark absolutely should have won.
Star Wars should have won. E.T. should have won. Raiders of the Lost Ark should have won. Saving Private Ryan should have won. All 3 fucking Lord of the Rings films should have won.
Yep.
Without
Blue Velvet should have fucking won too, by the way. Yeah. I'm just saying.
If it's on the AFI 100, how many, I haven't checked, but how many of the AFI 100 didn't win Best Picture? Probably a lot. Jaws did
probably a lot. The Oscars is a load of crap.
Yeah,
let's just face it. It's a load of crap, and it's been a bloated spectacle for a long time. Completely worthless. Completely worthless.
Dark Knight.
I think, we should do our own Oscars. The Inquisition should do our own award show, counter programming the Oscars when it comes on.
The formula should absolutely be, critic consensus with box office. Box office doesn't always equal good film. Trust me, I completely agree with you, Avatar. But I think it should be a formula that mixes in like the fans' interest, at least if there's a way to gauge it fairly, and critic consensus. Although they're all shills now. I mean, that's a problem too. All these critics work for the companies they're reviewing movies of. I mean, yeah, we're getting a real straight review of Star Trek from CBS from comicbook.com, aren't we? Which is owned or CNET, which is owned by CBS. And I have no idea how many websites Disney owns through ABC or whatever. But yeah, there's no way to have that consensus now. So, it's just obvious. Like, again, with Dark Knight, I think that it was critically acclaimed. It made a lot of goddamn money. It should win.
I think that's a good formula. I think that's a nice one. So
Spider-Man 2 should have fucking won.
It was good.
Rings.
Great. Yeah. Well, I think that I think we can pass sentence on this Oscars thing. For me, I think it's pernicious. It's vile. I want to give it the rack and then slice it open and toss it into the bathtub full of shit. Scaphism. That is my sentence for the Oscars now. What say you?
I say throw in a little Iron Maiden. Can we do that first? I mean, would they survive that though? I mean,
sure. Maybe... Well, we blunt the spikes a little bit.
Yeah, like with bruises.
Yeah. Put boxing gloves on the spikes and they close and you go, ow, and then take them out. And yeah. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do with the damn Oscars. And Mortal V says justice for the Mirkwood spiders. Amen. Justice for the Mirkwood spiders. By God. All right. Well, we have settled that. Damn it. Raging Bull should have won as well, says Javier Vega. That's a good movie. Damn good movie. Taxi Driver, great movie. Mark C with a $10 super chat. Hail, Mark C says, curious, my lord, do you have any attachment to the Doomcocks Army Facebook page? No, I do not. I've never been there. I despise Facebook. I don't know what's on it. I don't go onto Facebook. Christ, I want nothing to do with fucking Facebook. So I don't know what's over there. And yeah, I kind of wish somebody would just take it down. I don't like being on Facebook at all, honestly. Overlord VHS with a $2 super chat. Hail, Overlord VHS says, I think smaller budget dramas will make a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
I do too. I think that they're going to have to do something because their blockbuster thing ain't going to work out for them. I don't think it's going to work out for him anymore. I think that the back is broken on that particular mule, and I don't think it's going to haul shit anymore. Jonathan Aldridge. Oh, I want to thank Overlord VHS for that super chat and Mark C for that super chat as well, by the way. Thank you both, guys. Jonathan with a £5 super chat. Hail, Jonathan Aldridge says Star Trek is not what it used to be. That is an understatement. No doubt about it. Star Trek is definitely not what it used to be at all. It used to be, among other things, good. And no, it's not. Mark C with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Mark C says, if the only way to stop the social engineering is to tear it all down, close your wallets, and watch it fall. I think that is. And that's why I say, without respect, we reject. Close your wallets, folks. Do not fund people that are trying to rewrite your culture and rewrite your brains and zip up your lips. I don't like that at all.
Tim Pool was covering the booing at the Chiefs game when they did their moment of unity, and he brought up a very good point. Why are you there? Why are you there to boo? If this is something you don't like, don't pay for it. Don't fund it. I mean, we're funding all this shit. So defund it. They love to defund stuff. Well, defund Hollywood, which trends on Twitter pretty regularly. Defund your city, defund everything you can. You're able to, and that way you save money, and you're not, part of this. And we don't have choices as taxpayers, obviously, but when I went and got my Cara Dune action figures, I bought my first 2 Star Wars action figures in years. I bought them off eBay, off a dude off eBay.
Really?
I'm not going to give the money directly to Disney. You kidding me?
No.
I paid too much. Don't care. I wanted my Cara Dune. A couple bucks too much, but it was better than giving it to a person than giving it to Disney. Felt much better. So that's
Amen. Amen, brother. I'm glad you did it that way. It's worth the few extra bucks for integrity. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Well done, sir. I love it. Fred W. Manzo, thank you for the thumbs up super sticker pair. I really appreciate it. Fred, thank you, brother. Chris Foster with a $5 super chat. Hail Chris says, hail Gary and Lord Doomcock. I'm on mobile and the stream is not skipping anymore.
Well,
good. It's stabilized. I haven't heard as much people like talking about that. So I think it's stabilized. Thank God. I'm very sorry about that. Hey, I like Overlord Papyrus. I think that's funny, Wolf Council. Blue Satoshi with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Blue Satoshi. Says Doomcock, one of these days, you're gonna miss me, baby. One of these days, you're gonna be so lonely. No, I'm just kidding. Says Doomcock, one of these days, you should look into the lore, not the gameplay, of Star Trek Online and how it's gone on a nosedive since Star Trek Discovery. Yes, Discovery, like Kurtzman, taints everything it touches, including Star Trek Online. Yeah, I'll check out the lore. Maybe somebody can send me a link to some of it or something. I've never played it. I don't want to. I just don't have time. I'm busy going and burning the shit out of people in The Witcher 3. I don't have time for that. Also, I bought Destroy All Humans, which I'm really looking forward to. That's a game where you play alien with a space, with a saucer, and it's 1950s, and your mission is just to destroy everything and kill people. I'm so looking forward to it. Hail Blue Satoshi, and thank you for that. Super Blubber Puss with a $5 super chat. Hail to my Legionnaire Super Blubber Puss, who says, have you seen The Enemy Below? Balance of Terror was based on it. Yes, sir. I love submarine movies. I just have a thing for submarine movies, and thank you, Super Blubber Puss. Yeah, I love it. Jonathan Aldridge with a £2 super chat. Thank you, Jonathan. Good to see you again, man. Thank you for all your support today. With a super sticker of a pair just turning around and saying, hey, you out there on the stream, talking all about our dreams. Can you help me? Thank you, Jonathan Aldridge. Soul Hunter with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Soul Hunter. Says, you guys, the rest of the Fandom Menace, old Mr. Meadowcur streams, Wasp, the Headless Children album, Warhammer books, models, Lovecraft, and Conan comics have been great in keeping me alive through this. All great stuff. Isn't that great?
That sounds pretty brilliant.
Hell yeah.
Conan.
The Headless Children album, Wasp,
Wow.
Lovecraft, Conan comics.
Thank you, Lawless. Nice.
Amen. What's your favorite run of Conan?
As far as the comic books are concerned,
Yeah.
I like the John Buscema. Was it Buscema? His run in the 70s. I have the whole thing in my right behind me right now. As a matter of fact, haven't cracked it open in years. I've had those since I was a teenager. I collected them back then. But the early run, I read the only stuff I've read recently was some of the Dark Horse stuff that came out. And Derek Robertson wrote a Conan comic book about 10 years ago. It was pretty damn good too.
Nice.
But
my favorite is Barry Windsor Smith's run. I really loved his artistry.
He's a master at that stuff.
Yeah, man.
He did a good job on Weapon X too. No, Windsor Smith is like, his run was the classic one, but that I more identified with what came out when I was growing up. So
oh sure, no, yeah, Buscema was great. Really, I mean that's a very iconic Conan, and he did an incredible job on that. I don't know. I kind of like the take on Windsor Smith. Unfortunately,
God,
he was too slow.
He was. Yep. That's but that's what happens when you have a great artist. They just and sometimes they're worth. And back in those days, they were not as patient as they became later, right? But yeah, I don't know. And I think he had, as good as his Weapon X run is, and it's a classic run. I don't think it stands up to even his Conan stuff. I think you're right.
No, yeah, I agree. It's just, but Larry is reminding us all Frazetta. Well,
of course.
Frazetta is one of my my three favorite artists, I think, in the world in terms of painters are Frank Frazetta, Edward Hopper, and of course Van Gogh, or Van Gogh as he was actually named. Those are my three painters. But Frazetta, wow, God,
Dali.
yeah, Dali's great.
Dali's
Yeah,
yeah, Frazetta's brilliant. And I just got Mrs. Nerdrotic just got me a bunch of paperbacks. She found at a used bookstore a bunch of Conan paperbacks that I didn't have. So,
ooh, nice.
I can't wait to read those.
Oh, that's fantastic. She's a keeper, man. She's a keeper. Maldus Alver with a $2 super chat. Thank you again, Maldus Alver. Man, you're hot tonight. Says Harvey Sabu 2020. Press the button.
Yes, if I am elected, I promise to serve faithfully and execute the office of the presidency of the United States, as well as everything else.
Execute the, yeah, okay, we got you, Harvey.
Press a button, TM.
Yes, thank you for that commercial, Harvey. And thank you, Maldus Alver, for that. Thomas M., thank you for the Doom of Corn unleashed in the chat. Very much appreciated. Tippy Tail McKitty with a $2 super chat. Thank you, oh, Tippy Tail McKitty, who looks like my dear departed Lola, who says, watch me pull Harvey out of my hat. Presto! Hey, Rocky, watch me pull Harvey out of my hat. Presto! Thank you, Tippy Tail McKitty, for that. I appreciate that. NG1TEAV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, Disney hired the Ghostbuster writer just recently. All should set aside some time to duck Fisney. Duck Fisney. Duck Fisney. Words to live by. Thank you, NG1TEAV, and hail to Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull. Jason Stevens with a $25 Hong Kong super chat. Thank you, Jason. Says, what we need is taking the war to the feminization of culture, more pride and prejudice and zombies. Oh, taking the war to the feminization of culture. I like it. Of course, then get ready to be called every name under the sun. Just saying. Thank you, Jason Stevens. BC Eagle Deb with a $5 super chat says, hail Doomcock. Just wanted to support the channel. Sorry I was late, and I hate to contradict you, but Kurtzman isn't good at anything. Is Kurtzman good at anything, Gary, at all? Can you think of anything he can do?
He's good at sucking.
He's good at sucking. I think that's true. Thank you, Gary. Nathan Blaine with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Nathan says, do you guys think these companies will have to suffer the woke apocalypse before they learn to stop pushing agenda and identity politics? I think they're undergoing it kind of right now. Gary, are we making one step forward or two steps back right now?
Oh, two steps back. But
really?
After our one step forward. So I think it can be done again once things calm down. And I think we're seeing a turn of the tide. What happened was we were making, when I mean I mean everyone with common sense, political side. I mean, the general public going, we're not going to agree on everything, but can we all just enjoy our entertainment? And then it's gotten hyper partisan, and over, as soon as the riot started, that was it. That was it. You saw all the companies bending the knee, and you see sports bending the knee right now, literally. And there is a huge separation in what each side thinks that message is. There's a huge separation in perception, and there's no way either side is going to talk to each other right now. And it's hard to. Listen, I have watched this. This has hit me personally. It's hit a lot of you personally. Think about the people who've had their businesses burned down. And, think about Hollywood funding some of the people who were released after they burned down your business because some rich actor wants to feel less bad for a day. So he's going to donate money, and listen, this donation money, I don't mean to donation shame them or anything like that, but it's like, a couple, $300-400 from a millionaire. And, but it goes towards bailing out a criminal, and in some cases you're bailing out just a protester who was peacefully protesting. But unless you are absolutely sure, because you're just donating to an organization, so you don't know who you're bailing out. I think then you can't risk bailing out somebody who could go and hurt somebody. And that's happened. That's undeniable. That's happened. People are going to associate that with their entertainment. That obviously takes them directly out of it. When, there's I can hear Patton Oswalt's voice in The Boys when it went with the Deep, and that's the guy who wants a bunch of people who think differently from him politically to die, and wants their system burned down. I don't think I want to watch this show anymore. That's got to play in, Gary. You're right. I mean, I'm getting so disgusted by the shit I'm seeing that it's just much better to just go to my own DVD shelf and pull some movie that I've gotten at a discount that I've never seen, and watch that instead, which is what I've done the past couple of weekends. I've done it with From Here to Eternity, and God, I forget what but I'm enjoying myself immensely. I broke out Apocalypse Now the other week, and just gorged on that. Watched the commentary with it, watched Hearts of Darkness, the documentary about it. It was fantastic. So much better than wasting my time with a bunch of this crap that's coming out now. Yep. Yeah. And you just watch it. It's a movie. You enjoy it, and then you move on, and then nothing takes you out of it. It's sweet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were at we were talking about Banshee. And I know it's one of your favorites, and it's we were talking on the member stream today, and I was and you reminded me how solid that show was all the way through, and that wasn't that long ago, so we're not that far away from it.
No,
but
it's a recent trend, and it's just this politicization of everything. It's going to die eventually, and it can't come soon enough, but it will, because ultimately you cannot just make money out of nothing. You cannot squeeze blood from a stone, and you cannot make people want to watch the same fucking lecture over and over and over and over again. It gets old and boring, and people need a lot more than that, especially in these times of crisis and travail. And the longer this crisis and travail goes on, the less people are going to have time or patience for this crap. Hollywood is basically shooting itself in both feet. And I say, let them. Fuck them. Yep.
Right.
Fuck them.
Absolutely. At this point, I want to be understanding, and maybe we'll get there. Maybe if we hear from more people like Gina Carano, if there was like a bunch of Gina Caranos and then a bunch of Rianne Johnsons, that would be balance. And they, but that's not the case. Gina Carano is so rare, and she's getting, they're trying to destroy her, but she's, she can handle it. Probably has
one tough, classy lady. That's for sure.
Probably has something to do with, beating the shit out of people in a ring. So,
amen. A effing man. She's not going to be shut up. She's not going to be pigeonholed. She's not going to be categorized by a bunch of people that mean nothing to her. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just knee jerk on their little couches doing their same points over and over and over again because it makes them feel like there's somebody. It's really sad. Dave Reddy with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dave. Says, when it becomes too much to handle, remember the great cosmic joke and laugh. Amen. Watch a little Joker, something like that. A lighthearted comedy. It'll help you, Dave. Trust me. Hail Dave Reddy. Cisco Kid is a friend of mine with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cisco Kid. Says, hail to the fans. Long live the fandom menace. Long live the fandom menace. And hail to you, my friend. Sooty Thunder with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sooty One. Says, to remind me of good movies, I've decided to watch Patton. The first 5 minutes would have an SJW mind melt. Well, if they had minds, that's the problem. They're not terribly sharp. They're not the sharpest steak knives in the drawer, excuse me. Culture Casino, thank you for the Dumacorn. Crazy Cat Guy, thank you for the Dumacorn. Crazy Cat Guy, thank you for the ice cream cone. Very much appreciated all of those wonderful things. Greatly appreciated. Stephen Kraft with a $10 super chat in an interesting question. Hail Stephen. He says, Lord Doomcock, do you ever worry that when, after your inevitable life of tyranny and domination, you will end up in hell with the Kathleen Kennedy and Alex Kurtzman for the rest of eternity? No, I'm gonna make the world a better place. I'm gonna buy the world a Coke and furnish it with love. I'm telling you. Listen, when I take over, believe me, there will be a lot of unpleasantness initially as my giant robots swarm the skies, but ultimately, it's going to be a world where, we get good Star Trek, we get good Star Wars, we take the politics out of entertainment, and people are free to have fun again, and also will not be shamed and excoriated just for speaking their minds. I pretty much stand for free speech. And freedom of thought, more particularly, freedom of thought, I think, is the most important thing. And I think that that's the most pernicious thing that these people are doing. Absolutely censoring our abilities to give voice to our thoughts because we pre-censor them now out of fear of being jumped on. It's absolutely astonishing. NG1TEAV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my dear friend. Says, I bet the Doomcock wrenches would make the best Star Wars and Star Trek scenes, but the best scenes of all are the Scooby-Doo farting scenes. I think NG1TEAV has been hanging out with Red Monarch. I think maybe this should have been a $4.20 super chat instead of a $5 super chat.
Dude.
The best scenes of all were the Scooby-Doo farting scenes. Have I missed something? Were there Scooby-Doo farting scenes? I don't recall those.
Maybe there were. I missed those.
They were silent but funny.
Silent. Oh, gotcha.
I don't know. JLO Flicks with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says SJW is trying to cancel your stream via Morse code. That's what the staggering is. Yeah, that might be it. JLO Flicks. Thank you, my friend, for that. Michael Gonzalez with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says it was an homage. Pink Floyd was tapped to do music for the unfinished 1970s Jodorowsky Dune production. Salvador Dali was to play the Emperor. That's right. So, Gary, you were saying you didn't like the, eclipse in the Dune trailer.
Play the song.
Michael is pointing out that Pink Floyd was going to do the music for Jodorowsky's Dune. Did you ever see that documentary?
I did. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. I still use the song Eclipse. It exists. They still had to license it to get a cover. So just play the real one. Maybe they didn't feel like it was cinematic enough, but it would have played so much better if it was the real song.
I agree. They wanted something like more wayfish or ethereal. I don't know. More kind of Lilith Fair than Pink Floyd.
I think they were looking. I mean, there was an orchestra behind it. And I think they were looking for something a little deeper. But if they actually listen to the music, it's plenty deep.
It is. I agree 100%.
Things you don't. I mean, listen, you can cover it and do something different with it. I find that interesting. I love when people cover like Beatles songs and stuff. But it would have been cooler if you just used the real song.
I agree.
Pink Floyd, I'm all, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Don't you wish that Jodorowsky would do a print run of his book?
Yeah, I'd buy it.
Oh my God, I'd buy it. I want that so bad.
Fund
It
it.
got all those storyboards, all those concept paintings. It was thick as hell. Oh man, with H.R. Geiger stuff in it, and Mobius stuff, like all the great artists that went on to do so much in film and comics later on. All their stuff is in there, and it's just like, damn it, print that shit up, will you?
Right? I would buy it.
I would buy it. I mean, even if it was like a limited edition of, 1,000 copies, and they, charge several $100s a copy. I mean, but I guess they probably don't have the rights or something. I don't know. It's just a shame. They really ought to think about doing that. I think it would be fantastic.
Yeah. Rights. Maybe they'll do, like this would be the time. If Dune was popular, that would be the time to put it out.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So think about it. Jodorowsky, you must be listening to the Inquisition. You're so cool. For God's sakes. Release it, will you? Ancaris with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Ancaris. Says the passion with which you engaged with Battlestar Galactica during your chat with the Critical Drinker was beautiful to listen to. I can only imagine a modern day Star Trek that could earn that level of respect. Alas. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I just wanted to be able to give voice to how much I absolutely love Battlestar Galactica, and it was a lot of fun to be able to do that. And I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ancaris. I really am. Maldus Alver with a $10 super chat says, woke will not charge us with treason. History has proven that counter-revolutionary actions hold stiffer penalties that can exceed a simple death sentence. Hail to Maldus Alver. Maldus Alver's been all over this chat tonight. Hail Maldus, and thank you, sir, for that. I appreciate that. Woke will not charge us with treason. They're so phony. They're so phony. They don't give a shit about making anything better. They really, really don't. Rod Thunderheart, thank you for the $3 fist bumping super pair sticker. Appreciate it, Rod Thunderheart. Mr. Millennium with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Millennium. Says, hail, my liege. Enjoy your much-deserved hiatus, sir, and take care of yourself. If it interests you, I'd love to have a Godzilla discussion with you sometime down the road. Yes, I need to rewatch all the Godzillas. Just have a Godzilla fest and geek out. Geek the F out. I have an actual Godzilla, little Godzilla suit. I do. It's like a zip up thing, and your face sticks out, but otherwise it covers you completely. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of neat. Maybe I'll rampage around someday in that. Squire Waldo with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Squire. Says, hail Inquisition. Show no mercy. We shall not show any mercy. We never, ever do. Dalek 451 with two super chats in a row. A £9.99 super chat from Dalek 451. Thank you, my friend. Says, thanks for yesterday. I just started writing my stories back. This is to you, Gary. Thanks for yesterday. I started writing my stories back in January 2019, and I just had to do my own take on season 11. I saw Demons of the Punjab, and I'd never been so bored watching Doctor Who in my life. So what did you do yesterday for Dalek 451 that inspired him so much?
God, I was online. Yeah, I was offline yesterday. I don't know what I could have done. But
I was offline too, so I I thought it must be for you.
Yeah, I don't know, but if I did something, I don't want to take credit for somebody else's thing, but yeah.
I think we're just us being alive. Just kind of
one of my videos, or I don't know, but
I don't know. But Dalek 451, thank you. Well, I thought it must be for you, brother. Well, you're inspiring even when you're asleep. What can I say? And Dalek 451 also says with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Dalek 451. Says, one idea I have is for an arc called the Red Diamond Saga, which I will eventually write. The Red Diamond Saga. Man, it's nice to know that there's still folks out there with dreams and aspirations for Doctor Who, that it hasn't entirely destroyed everything they love about Doctor Who. And Dalek 451 with a £1.99 super chat as well says stories called Doctor Who, The New Adventures, by the way. Isn't it heartening, brother, that we've got Who fans out there who are just saying, you know what? Nope, this will not stand. And they're going on and they're creating their own content out of love, which is the only place that Doctor Who should really come from. Isn't that great?
It is. And how many, like, think about it, really. How many franchises we've had? Star Wars, Doctor Who, Star Trek. And I mean, aside from Marvel Comics, but they all, like this, these are all franchises from the 60s and the 70s. Where are the new franchises? Harry Potter, you know, and that's like, love it or hate it, undeniable. That's got a massive fan base. That you're going to, by the way, the 20-year rule is about to kick in on Harry Potter. So you're going to see a big resurgence. Not that it ever truly went away, but be prepared. Yeah. Where are the new, you're not going to see them, to answer the question, because of the corporate structure, the way things are done now. You're just flat out, you're going to have to go out and make your own. And that's the next franchise will come from a guy or a girl. You know, just doing what Dalek 451 is doing, and maybe they'll repurpose their Doctor Who into a different story, and it's their own. That's where we'll get it. I look forward to it. Can't wait for it to happen. Just don't sell it to Disney. Okay.
No, never sell it to Disney. But hail Dalek 451. Looking forward to reading some of your stuff when you get it done, my friend. Hail to you, and keep on it, man. Keep that burning faith alive. Rod Thunderheart, thank you for the $5 Keep It Up Pump and Pair super sticker. And again, JPRPH1, thank you for the super pair super sticker. And Nicholas Horton says in the chat, I can't do any super chats this time. Google's sometimes plays up with super chats. No need, Nicholas Horton. Listen, thank you, brother. Thank you for being here and listening and staying up with us into the wee small hours of the morning in the UK. Devotion above and beyond. Thank you so much for being here, brother. Digi Akuma with a $10 super chat. Hail to Digi Akuma, says hot off the presses, courtesy of comicbook.com. Not just Q being added to Lower Decks, but Wesley Crusher will be as well. So will Maki Spock be next? Tell Wesley to shut up now. So we're going to get Wesley Crusher and Q on fucking Lower Decks. Isn't that special?
It is. It's. I wonder if that'll boost his numbers.
No, it won't. Nothing is going to boost Will Wheaton's numbers. I loved how Shatner took that shot at him personally. Yes. That was great. It's like, you haven't been invited to Star Trek, then. He says, well, they got George Takei and Will Wheaton. That ought to about cover it.
Yeah. God, that was so great. I love the Shat. He Shatner and Gina Carano had the two best tweets of the year. Like when his I think I'm kind of hot, with the female version. That was fucking great. And then Gina Carano put up a tweet a couple of days ago, and somebody said, why don't you just admit you're a transphobe and move on? And she shoots right back, you're a transphobe, move on. Just fucking destroyed. And it's the simple tweets like that just make it. It was a murder. It was a slaying. And I was going to say it was the best tweet I saw of the year, but at second best. Shatner's was still the best with I Think I'm Hot.
They're great. Yep. They are absolutely great. By the way, R. Fletch with a $2 super chat. Thank you, R. Fletch, says gas money for Gary. You needing some gas money there, buddy? Are you on the road a lot?
The gas money to get the frick out of California. Because I'm going to start my tour here pretty soon. So that's what's going to happen is I'm going to, get some videos in the can, then take off for 3 or 4 days and drive to Texas, drive to Arizona, drive to Utah for house hunting.
Nice.
I mean,
Nice.
I gotta get rid of the house in San Francisco first.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. You want to move to an orange city covered in poop? Got some real estate for you.
Oh, Jesus God. Yeah. It used to be a beautiful place. Absolutely beautiful, but not anymore. It's a damn shame. Muzzle Velocity, thank you for the Duma corn very much, my friend. Samurai, thank you with the poop with corn. Appreciate that. Larry giving us a thumbs up. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. We've got Piano Dean. Sing us a song, yo, the Piano Dean, with a $5 super chat. Says, hail Doomcock and Gary. I want to be the Danny Elfman of the Fandom Menace and write a song about it. Who wrote the definitive book about the Fandom Menace? That's got to be author Stephen Walton, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got a second volume coming out, and I do believe you wrote something in that volume.
Yeah, something will be in, and also, God, that reminds me, I got to get back to. God dang it! Yeah, they need some art. They need some a picture of me.
Yeah, I got a chapter for Doctor Who sometime soon. So,
sweet.
Yeah, I but before I move, Steven, I promise.
Yeah, man, I got to get that to you. I will get that picture. I'll get that picture done. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm behind on everything, guys.
They love you. Don't worry about
I love them too.
And I'm glad you jumped on that because, when it was happening, and this is before like the channel got real big, I was like, they're going to write books about this shit. Like, this is historic. And I love our detractors will hear me say this and just freaking get triggered. And I hope you do. I really do. The Fandom Menace is now has a permanent place. This hashtag has a permanent place in pop culture. It will be remembered. It will be brought up. Whether you like it or not, whether it's brought up positively or not, it will be brought up. And to say that fan movements can't make change, the Snyder Cut movement, they got a film made. I think what we did was, what we did wasn't planned. We weren't trying to get a film made. We were trying to save a franchise. I can't say we were successful, but we became something. It became something. It got a life of its own, and it turned into a community of individuals who like to use that hashtag and have come together and found a way to entertain each other, commiserate, laugh, and mock Hollywood. And it has been wonderful. I've met some of the coolest freaking people because of that hashtag. So I'm grateful for that. And it continues. Every time they say it's dead, then something pops back up like Daisy Ridley. And
yeah, definitely.
Say anything we didn't know already. The only thing that she said, the only thing it does is confirm it to the people who are still out there questioning it, which is unthinkable at this point. But when we all saw Star Wars Theory, that was an instant meme. His reaction, I don't know if you saw it, his reaction to Daisy Ridley's comments, we were lied to. It's yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. They it's here, I'll find it again.
He had a big reaction.
Yeah, he did.
That is so bizarre, Gary. What the fuck?
He's got I agree. When I heard that, I'm like, duh. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
when I heard it, I almost didn't even report on it. It's like I had to look at it from someone else's point of view, because to me, it's like, well, yeah, I know. I mean, I almost didn't say a word about it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, no, I was the same way. The only reason I revisited it, we all had like our different takes on it, right? So my beef with Star Wars was with the Access Media. I never thought we would change Disney's ways or anything. It was with the Access Media, because the company's only going to go which way they think the public sentiment is going, and they are going to listen to the Access Media that they own practically. And they were out there pushing the line, pushing this lie. And all, I mean, if you want to just break it down to the bare bones of the argument. It was the Phantom Menace was saying the Access Media and Disney are full of shit. We're just saying you're full of shit. We know you're full of shit. We see your lies. We know you didn't have a plan. And you did lie to us. You lied and made us all, you never came out and said it, but you really insinuated that the original 3 would be together on screen, and they weren't. And then you continued to lie. And when the leaks came out, and they did, and, not all of them were true, but a lot of, there was a lot. I'm counting all the leaks and all the rumors, including, you throw Mike Zero in there too. And the vast majority of them for Star Wars ended up being right. And as far as the reshoot thing, Daisy just confirmed that again. If you don't know who your bad guy is 2 weeks into filming, I am guessing there's going to be a couple of reshoots. Listen,
it's a little bit of a fair guess, Gary. I mean, that makes sense.
I have never been on the set of a big budget movie, but I think common sense would dictate, based on what she said, that they might have changed their mind after they filmed some stuff and they had to film new stuff, which would be called a reshoot. So we could leave that. It doesn't even matter at this point. It sucked. It all sucked. It was all bad. We've all known it. And we had an Access Media telling us we were wrong. Our opinion was wrong. We were actually watching a masterpiece, and we were just too dumb to understand it. I guess that wasn't the case, was it, Scotty Mendelson?
I guess it really wasn't. Scotty, you've not earned your pay for the week, idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, we knew it. We just knew it. And my sources had been saying all these things all along, and I'm doing these videos. That's when I had that huge growth spurt around November, December of last year. And the reason for it is because people like to hear the truth. People sense the truth. They're, it says something feels fishy here. Well, I'm telling you what it is. People said I was lying. People said I was making it up. People said I didn't have any sources, blah, 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 blah. And just confirmed over and over and over and over again. So, yeah, history, you always find out in the end. Thank God. But yeah, man, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't recall calling anyone a communist for liking The Last Jedi. I don't recall calling anyone a Yahtzee for liking The Last Jedi. I don't recall calling anybody an Istorophobe for liking The Last Jedi. I mean, I would question your taste. I can't say everybody who used the hashtag Fandom Menace didn't do that, but I certainly didn't see it as much as I saw it from the other side. Not even close. Not even effing close. So, I mean, they like to think they're the good guys. I put some pronouns in my Twitter, so now I could be the worst person possible because that's my shield. No, actually, it isn't. You're insane. You're a lunatic, and we'll call you out continually. Thank you very much.
Amen. That's our role. We are just telling our truth. We are making our witness. We are basically fighting this fight to try and preserve a large chunk of our culture that we term geek mythology. It's what's under attack. They're attacking all the pillars really of our civilization, and unfortunately, fandom and geekery are a couple of those pillars, and they are also under attack mindlessly. They just want to go ahead and they just want to watch our world burn.
Yep,
that's all it is.
That became utterly clear in the last few months. So
that is
absolutely. I said Doctor Who was made for people who are in the chode, that's that's what they think their fan base is. Unfortunately, they don't garden very well, and I don't think they can afford to subscribe to streaming services.
I don't think so either. Did you say you were going to look for that video of him reacting?
Yeah, I can find it.
Yeah, I'll read some super chats while you look, because people are saying, "Oh, play it." It's like, okay. Rod Thunderheart with 2 super chats in a row, a $20 Canadian super chat and a $10 Canadian super chat. And I want to thank you very, very much, Rod Thunderheart, who says, "Hail you two both. Interesting sentence to the boys. Did you know there's an explanation to the dunce camp? There's a point of energy that hovers behind your head, which the dunce cap is designed to focus the energy on your mind. Really? I just thought it was for mockery. Wow. He adds, hail, as I said, the point of energy focuses your mind, not just schools. Witches' hats, and I would guess also sorcerers' hats, wizards' hats are all conical. It's to give more strength and focus to the person. But you're right. Boys is boring. I'm sorry to say it is a little bit boring, Rod Thunderheart. Unfortunately, I have to say that. But I'm still going to keep watching it. We're going to keep reviewing it. Next week, it'll be on Gary's channel, by the way. And we'll be talking about the next episode as well. Good night, Muzzle Velocity. But Big Daddy MRI with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Big Daddy. How are you, Big Daddy? Says, I wonder if there is a time in the future when our entertainment will normalize back to just entertainment after a viable vaccine or no. Thank you. Big Daddy MRI. I think it will be a financial vaccine that will normalize things. Not a virus vaccine. I think it's going to be basically the bankruptcy vaccine that is going to finally drive them to something acceptable. But Gary has found this clip, so I'm going to go ahead and add it to the stream and let's see what it is. Gary,
he's live streaming right now. He's got
really
1,000 people watching.
Interesting.
2.48 million subscribers.
Sorry.
Okay, here we go.
And we have let me see how many we just for shits and grins. We have 1,550 still.
We're ghosted.
Left over.
So
and we're ghosted. So yeah.
Sure, my volume is up. Okay, that should do it. Let's go. I can't hear anything now. Why can't I hear anything?
When you shared it, did you click the add audio?
Da, 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 da. Let's go.
Like when you share screen?
I shouldn't need to hit the volume on share screen because all my volume comes through my sound system. So it should. I'm just wondering why.
Well, we've still got the subtitles anyway.
No, hang on. We go. Oh, whoops. There we go.
Bullshit, man. You know what? It's finally it. I've cracked. That's it. If you're watching this on Star Wars Theory, actually, I will upload it. This is a live stream. So this was all in reacting to my Vader fan film 1 year later. And then someone commented that it's confirmed in a Daisy Ridley interview that my mind's still blown.
The big shocker in this trailer, of course, the reappearance of Palpatine. What can you tell us about this? How long was this in the cards? Was this sort of in the blueprint from Episode 7?
This has been in the blueprint for a long time. Yeah.
You keeping Rey's secret from the beginning. Did you know?
I think this might be it.
The parentage, like, tell me about that journey of when you found out.
No. At the beginning, there was toying with like an Obi-Wan connection, and then it really went. There were like different versions, and then it really went to that she was no one. And then it came to Episode 9, and JJ pitched me the film and was like, "Oh yeah, Palpatine's granddaddy," and I was like, "Awesome." And then 2 weeks later, he was like, "Oh, we're not sure." So it kept changing.
What?
So then even I was filming, and I wasn't sure what the answer was going to be.
Until the very end. So at one point, Obi-Wan was in there. Well, who else? Was Olaf amongst the possible parents, or?
Wow, so they had no idea who the characters. They did
Oh, poor guy.
until the last film. This confirmed to me that there was literally no direction the entire time. I'm so frustrated. I'm so unbelievably frustrated.
That's very good, Gary.
There were so many times.
Wow.
Listen, this guy dabbled. He's thrown major shade at the hashtag of the Fandom Menace, which he has every right to do. It's fine.
Absolutely.
He's got 2.48 million subs. He's got a lot of people who follow him and like him. That's fine. He did a really good fan film that I like quite a bit. But listen, they were also behind the scenes talking, just calling us liars. And we were just passing on information we heard. You were just passing on information you heard. And we always preface it with, it's a rumor, and some stuff doesn't turn out and some stuff does. And when it comes to this, you know, I listen, I don't need an apology. I don't need the validation, and neither do you, and neither does anybody in the chat from Star Wars Theory or I think if Kathleen Kennedy apologized to the fans as a whole for her employees taking part in the divisiveness, that would be nice to hear. I think that would go, I've said this before, you said it before, that would go a long way. A simple acknowledgement that you guys, that Disney played a major part in, you know, if you screw up a franchise, you screw up a franchise. But when you screw up a fandom, that's something else. And the only way they will even get close to repairing what's left is if they did that. They won't. It'll never happen. Disney is not a company that likes to admit fault. They won't fire people to avoid looking bad. Yeah. So I don't know if it can be fixed at this point. You've got Carson. That's about it.
Yep. I mean, they even rattled him. Yeah. Well, we told you so, man. Maybe it's time to join the fandom menace.
It's not so bad over here, buddy.
You'd be welcome. Hell of a you.
Welcome. They never haven't been. The only people who don't feel welcome are the ones who've just made themselves not feel welcome. Nobody said they weren't welcome. I mean, nobody said that. There's people out there who, for whatever reason, you know, they don't like us, and that's fine. You can do your own thing, but then they constantly, talk about us, and it's like, well, you can come. Nobody said you're out. There's no gatekeeping here. It's a freaking hashtag. You can even like The Last Jedi. Nobody gives a shit. And ultimately, nobody gives a shit as long as you want to, come in here and communicate. There's people in my member stream who don't agree with me on everything. You know, it's the way with every channel. It's fine. It's not that big a deal, but personal attacks on individuals and trying to equate that to what we do when we're taking on a company are two entirely different things. This giant billion-dollar company isn't hurt by me. It's hurt by their actions. And I call out those actions. That's it.
Yep. Absolutely. Well said, Gary. Well said. A couple of super chats for you, man. R. Fletch with a $2 super chat, and Vigilante Williamson with a $5 super chat. Hail and thank you, Vigilante and R. Fletch. R. Fletch asks you, Gary, how's the Gary's Run clip coming along? And Vigilante Williamson wants to know, Gary, any suggestions for Fantastic Four or Superman runs, omnibuses, or collections?
One that is, there's a couple places you can find it depending on how much money you want to spend. By all means, Jack Kirby Stan Lee run on Fantastic Four first, but if you want to find something in comic books that's a little more affordable, John Byrne's run. But dude, Fantastic Four from 1 to, what would you say, Doomcock? Ooh.
Oh, geez.
100, 400, you're fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great run.
Yeah,
it's a great run. I really love the Rich Buckler stuff. I thought he was fantastic.
Anything from the 60s to the mid 80s is solid as hell. And I believe it was Hickman did a modern run too, when they had their white uniforms on and stuff. That was freaking good too. That was really, really good.
I've got those. Yeah, no, the Hickman stuff was good. Surprisingly good.
So Spider-Man was in it, and I would most, and Spider-Man, anything before 600 Honestly, well, no, everything before 500, you're pretty solid. I quit at 600, so
Mhm.
get dodgy towards the end there. But I don't know. My
I've
favorite.
got the DVD on that too.
Yeah. There's just there's you could pick anything, and especially if it's if you get some of the essentials, they're cheap. They're black and white, but they're good reads.
Yeah,
you can always give them to your kids.
and they're handy. I mean,
Yeah.
I've invested in the hardbound, omnibuses for Fantastic Four. They weigh a ton, so no way you can read them, in bed. You've got to basically sit up and have a table or something in your lap and open it up. It's worth it because they're beautiful, but not as practical as the good essential collections.
Yeah, and he said Superman. So Superman, I didn't read a bunch of Superman before 1980. It was really sparse. I liked him as a hero and everything, but I didn't buy his comics because I was a Marvel kid. I started reading Dan Jurgens' run. There was a Dan Jurgens run that was recent, right before Bendis came and fucked it up. That was good. Of course, there's John Byrne's Man of Steel that you can read. It's Mark Waid. God, Superman Birthright's pretty good. There's a Lex Luthor miniseries that's great. But I am reading right now a bunch of Silver Age Justice League and Superman. Is fucking awesome, and you can find omnibuses. They're I think under $100 on Amazon, and they're great. They're great. But yeah, I have zero knowledge of, I haven't read a bunch of Golden Age Superman. I have the omnibuses and I'm starting to read them, but that stuff I just didn't tap into that much because I didn't have access to it and didn't care that much.
I read a shitload of the Superman. What do they call them? The Superman Chronicles. I've had to look over on my shelf. I've got like 8 or 9 of them. It's like in sequential reprinting of all the Golden Age Superman, which I really love. I love the hell out of those Golden Age Supermans. Really good. And I like the Silver Age too. I mean, to my left, I've got the Superman Chronicles to my right. To my left here, I'm looking right at the Superman Family omnibus here, which has got Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane, and they're terrible, but also a lot of fun.
I got a whole run of Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, and Kirby comes in later on and starts the Fourth World stuff. It's pretty, but it's they're kooky comics. They're crazy. It's no wonder why Marvel was kicking their ass back in the day. But I like them. I think they're a lot of fun. But if you want to like something that's completely solid and you haven't read any Superman before, Man of Steel by John Byrne, that's fucking great.
Well said, sir. Well said. Darth Gorbag with a $6.66 super chat of Perfect Evil saying, I'm trying to cancel my Netflix account, but having a big argument with my mom right now. She's stubborn and wants to keep it and pay for it herself instead. Well, you got to let mom keep the Netflix then. I mean, look, you got to love your mom. If she loves the Netflix, let her have it. It's okay. Not everyone has to cancel their Netflix, for God's sake. So if you have a family member that is hooked on it or something, let her have it. That's my advice, Darth Gorbag. Let her have it. You love your mom. Let her have her fun.
Yeah, canceled Netflix was trending for 2 days on Twitter. 2 days.
Wow.
And their stock took a little bit of a hit. Yeah, we'll see. I canceled mine. I did. I think it's a personal decision. Not everybody at Netflix is guilty of it, of course, but I can't. The CEO is defending it, so that's the only thing I can do to protest it.
Amen. Nicely said. 200-watt studio with a $2 super chat says, how about a Conan series before Conan was born? Yeah, and you can schedule it right after the RoboCop series before they made RoboCop. You're firing on all thrusters, 200-watt studio.
200-watt studio. There's a series on Alfred Pennyworth right now. So
I like that. That was very satirical. 200-watt studio. Nicely said. Matthew Shrubsoul with a $5 Australian super chat says, it'd go the way of the Star Wars novels if they did a Conan series. Destroy history and rewrite is order of the day in Hollywood.
God, it is. It really is.
Very sad. Very sad. Well said, Matthew. Yeah. They seem to screw up everything. I hope we come to a renaissance at some point. I think that this is due. This worm is due to turn, and I'm looking forward to that day. Polaris Sucks with a $2 super chat saying hail, and I say hail Polaris. Da 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 da. Thank you, Polaris. Miguel Batacan with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Miguel Batacan. Says hail all. Not to be nihilistic, but when Rome fell, the way was paved for the nations of the world to be born. Let Hollywood fall, and the new breed of creators birth the new nations of entertainment. Bravo.
Yeah.
Bravo. You know, from destruction springs creation. And I think that's true. The sooner we get them out of our misery, the better. Thank you, Miguel Batacan, for the super chat and a very nice idea. I love it. Saloso with a $19.99 super chat. Hail to Saloso, and thank you again for that. With a message for us, Gary. He says, any idea when the next episode of the Exozone is? Got a topic. Supposedly, they've discovered life in the clouds of Venus. Brian Romeel, on his Twitter account, announced a press conference for this Monday. Life in the clouds of Venus. I would have never thought there would be life in the clouds of Venus.
It's what is it? The surface temperature is 800 degrees or something like that on Venus, and they said it's very temperate up in the clouds. It's like 72 degrees. So they think some microbes could be floating on up there. I mean, the thing is, we've just never been able to get there or stay there because it's such a weird, hostile planet, you know.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible. Isn't the atmosphere like
it's acid?
Sulfuric acid or something?
Yeah. They've only had one probe ever make it there, and it was a Russian probe, and it made it for like a minute. They got a couple of pictures, and that was it.
It literally is like hell. Venus is not a happy place. Wow. Well, I will look forward to that briefing. Holy shit. That is super cool. Listen, thank you, Soloso, for that super chat. And I would bet, my feeling is the Exozone will return in not this week, but next week. I mean, not this coming week, but the week after. What, you think that's maybe a good estimate?
Yes, I think that's a very good estimate. Because I'm pretty close to finishing my studio. Once my studio's done, and I get everything configured, because I'm running on half a system right now. I don't even have my good internet. They're supposed to come and rewire my house, and then I have to, because I'm setting it up to where once the coof completely goes away, I can have people over, and I can do guests in here. So there'll be like a table set up in the middle of the room. And we can have people, a couple people come over. Right now, the only person I have in mind is Ryan Cannell, because he lives down here, but he's not like super close to me. So but yeah, get people over in the studio. That would be go Joe Rogan style, you know. But
there you go.
Yeah, it's but no, the Exozone is going to be a lot more consistent, and Doomcock and I have plans to go beyond just the one day. So it might not be on this platform, but we'll find a way, because I think there's a huge hole right now in the UFO community, because they have been squabbling over the because of egos, and I think I put it all down to goddamn Ancient Aliens. I think Ancient Aliens like created this huge division in the UFO community, and a lot of them who left out got jealous, and yeah, it's nasty right now. And the only person I'll even listen to, even Linda Moulton Howe, who I used to love, is kind of lost it a little bit. But Richard Dolan's still there. He's just not putting out that much stuff. Honestly.
Well, I don't blame him, you know.
But there's so much news. The thing is, like, there is tons of news.
I know it. I want to send a shout out to Jamie Folds. Jamie Folds is sending me just a shitload of Exozone topics all the time. Jamie, God bless you. And I want to send a shout out to Cardinal Sin as well. Same reason. So yeah, we will be back very soon, better than ever. Just you wait. It's going to be a blast. And Karis with a $5 Australian super chat says YouTube channel Alvision 100 has some awesome Star Trek Starship porn. Beautiful work. Check it out. And Karis, would you send me a link? You know the address. Please send me the link. And also, I need to get back to you, sir, about that matte painting. Thank you, and Karis, and God bless you, my friend. Craig Loxley with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Craig. Says, "G'day, Doom Roddick. Finally watched The Expanse. What happened? Season 4 seemed to go Days of Our Lives and woke." I don't think season 4 went woke. Do you, Gary?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
It's pretty close to the book. Maybe you don't. Some people don't love that book. I did. But you should like season 5. It's pretty kick-ass.
Have they filmed
out? But I like season 4.
Do you think they filmed it already? I mean, do you think it's or is it going to be delayed?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think it's delayed. I think everything's delayed.
Everything's
Want
pretty
to see
much
an insane picture of a close-up of a sunspot. Here, I'm going to share this to you. I was looking at an article on Venus, and I came across this. This is insane. This is a picture of a sunspot, folks. I mean, it looks like a butthole, but you know.
It looks like a sandworm in the new Dune trailer. The sandworms of soul.
That is a sunspot. There's some telescope in Spain that can take close-up pictures of the sun's butthole.
That's creepy,
isn't it? Like, what is that in the? Oh, I don't want to know. I really don't want to know.
Sphincter.
It's a sun sphincter.
Oh, I don't know. That's creepy because it looks like skin.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know.
Just keep burning. I gotta say, just keep burning. We've had enough.
Yeah, keep the fires burning, please. Yeah. That's the last thing we need in 2020 is to have that screw us. For God's sakes, everything else has gone wrong. Please let the sun shine in. Like the old song says. Good night, Q2 Cast TV. Thank you for being here. That was cool. That's weird, man. Yeah, no footage of Venus. You'd think they could make like something that was acid proof and could finally do it, but I guess not.
So what they're saying is Venus might be hell, but researchers are looking for signs of life in its skies.
Interesting.
It's phosphine detected in the atmosphere of Venus, an indicator of possible life. So we'll find out, I guess, in a couple of days.
Interesting. Wow. Life will spring up anywhere, man. Anywhere. It finds a way. Just like Jeff Goldblum said in Jurassic Park, life finds a way. The vents at the bottom of the ocean with absolute like boiling water down there and sulfur. Yeah, shit's growing down there. It's amazing. R. Fletch with a $5 super chat. Thank you, you wonderful, wonderful cat. Says, like in the Prisoner episodes, The General. Enjoy the lecture. Yes, they are basically trying to plug shit right into our minds, just like in The General, R. Fletch. You are 100% correct, sir. Thank you for that. I'm glad you're watching The Prisoner, R. Fletch. That makes me very happy. I feel like a personal triumph. And R. Fletch also says with a $2 super chat, The Prisoner remake was terrible. Yes, it sucked. Doesn't even bear any resemblance to The Prisoner. I recommend everyone eschew it with extreme prejudice. Corayon Witch in Residence with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, oh witchy one. Says, I have decided that my personal pronouns are that of a divine being and intend to raise hell with an SJW who doesn't refer to me as a god. Oh dear, oh dear. I like that. Will they burst into flame? Korean witch in residence. Can you cast that spell? And if so, can you send me the recipe? I would really like that. Terminus Est with a $5 super chat says Stormfront is a confusing character. In a way, she reminds me of Karen Kennedy, feminist, yet hints of racist with her mismanagement of Star Wars. Stormfront is a weird and confusing character. And it's really weird because actually it took me a long time to finally realize that I knew who that actress is. She was on that show, You're the Worst. And she was a redhead. And I thought she was like smoking hot on that, but I don't think she's smoking hot here. I don't like Stormfront. I can't stand Stormfront. It's I'm not enjoying her.
Well, I don't think you're supposed to, but yeah, there's her characters. It's really not that confusing. The only confusing part is having her be from Portland. I think that's to maybe throw you off, or they just don't understand. But they are definitely building a narrative, taking a shot at social media and content creators.
Yeah, I think they are. And just for the record, I don't like Homelander either. I mean, I'm fascinated by him as a character, but of course he's a complete and total psychotic asshole. So, yeah, just in the same way. I don't like Stormfront.
I like the Joker. I don't like what the Joker does. I like watching. It's entertaining watching him do his evil.
Exactly. Villains are a lot of fun, but Homelander is definitely a villain. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Did you think we liked it? Yeah, I love when he squished that person's head. Yeah, no.
Or what an asshole when he popped that poor guy's eardrums.
Yes.
Just to be a dick. That's really, what a piece of shit, honestly. God, I hate that guy. Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull, with a $2 Canadian super chat says, Iron Maiden, excellent. Air guitar riff. Hail Basil the Pumpin' Seagull. Iron Maiden, excellent. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. CJ with a $14.99 super chat. Hail CJ says, need more good entertainment. Reading 70s Hulk and Marvel team up. Bought a key I wanted for a while recently. Batman 42. First Catwoman on the cover. Beautiful book. Do you guys have a key you are pursuing? No, I don't really. I mean, comic collecting is a very, very expensive, hobby, and I don't have the fiscal wherewithal to indulge in that. You, Gary, anything you're tracking down?
As far as Golden Age or Silver Age, or
just said like Batman 42. Do you guys have a key you are pursuing?
Right now, no. I'd say it's something I will do when it's fiscally responsible. Little things here and there, a couple of toys, sure, but some of the keys I'm looking for are pricey, and I would wait till the shop is up and running and I can trade. That's mainly where I got most of my stuff. It was through the shop or trade. As far as comics are concerned, toys, different story, but it's really expensive, especially when you're going down the DC Golden Age road or something like that.
Forget it.
Marvel keys I picked up. I have pretty much. There's new Marvel keys, but I have all the Marvel keys.
Nice.
But I've been picking those up for 20 years of collecting.
Nice, man.
Serious stuff.
That shop's going to be a hell of a thing when it gets off the ground.
Yeah,
definitely will.
Yeah.
Crazy Cat Guy with a Doomicorn. Crazy Cat Guy with another Doomicorn. Crazy Cat Guy unleashes a third Doomicorn in the chat. Thank you very much, Crazy Cat Guy, for all those Doomicorns. Very, very much appreciated, my friend. 007 Cloud down with a $5 super chat. Says, glad you are having fun with The Witcher, sir. From one fellow Texan to another, I am having an absolute blast. Although I just got done with the damn, God, what is it? A cabaret mission, where I'm having to go and help Dandelion, the bard, like set up his little establishment. I'm having to do all these stupid errands, like going and looking for fucking flyers and everything. It was really annoying. I just wanted to hit him. But I didn't. Thank you, 007 Cloud, and hail Texas. Hail to all of my fellow Texans. Bun Bun 299 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bun Bun. Says we already had animated Q. He was called Discord in MLP FIM, and it was a much better show than anything to come out of Kurtzman Trek. I'm just being dense. What is
I have no idea.
MLP:FIM? I'm totally mystified. Bun Bun 299. You've stumped me, my friend. I'm sorry. Darth Morshoe with a $20 super chat. Hail, Darth Morshoe. Thank you. You didn't say anything, or you wrote it in invisible elvish runes, but I will decipher them during the next full moon. I promise you. Hail, Darth Morshoe. CM Shazam with a pair of $4.99 super chats. Thank you, CM Shazam, who says, when it comes to holier than thou would, and yes, communist infiltrators, call Gina and tell them to come get their people. Gina, call GI-NA and tell them to come get their people. Oh, Gina. I see. Gina. I get it. Thank you, CM Shazam, for that. It took me a minute. And CM Shazam with a $4.99 super chat saying something a little unkind about Star Wars Theory. I have heard you, my friend. I don't want to insult poor Star Wars Theory. Look, guy's a good YouTuber. Guy just didn't believe us, and hopefully now maybe he will listen to us a little bit more closely, CM Shazam. But I thank you for that. I wouldn't call him, bad. I would just say he was misinformed. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says, started to see orange skies last Wednesday where I live. I wish I had established myself as a YouTuber sooner, by 2 or 3 years, so I could get out of Cali myself. Oh, man. Listen, do whatever you can to get out of there, man. You don't have to be on YouTube to get out. It's just Gary happens to be on YouTube and he's getting out, but there's other ways out, brother. Don't abandon hope and get to safety. Right, Gary?
Yep. I would have gotten out either way. Get somewhere where you can be free, and get somewhere where you can at least live in a place where your vote will count and you won't be under the rule of either just one party or one party that wants to doesn't care about your life at all, and will run their constituents just like their little pawns.
Mm-hmm.
No thanks.
Well said. Well said. Matt G, thank you for the Doom of Corn. Matt G, God bless you. Dalek 451 with a little clarification and a £4.99 super chat. Thank you, Dalek 451. Exterminate, exterminate. Says, I actually meant thank you for Friday. And the first chapter is already out if you want to read it, my lord. Shoot it to me or send me a link. Dalek 451, let me know how it's going. And Digi Akuma in the chat says, well, my mother moved to Texas and she had friends out there, but it's about getting settled and finding a job to support me. That's the issue.
Yep.
Well, dude, listen, come on out. The water's good, and you would be very, very welcome in Texas. And I wish you all the luck in the world. Digi Akuma, stay in touch with me, man. Let me know what's going on. You know where to get a hold of me. Fred Garvin with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Fred. Says, I support Master Doomcock. I told him I enjoyed The Rise of Skywalker, considering all the hoops jumped through to salvage the mess. He was merciful of my beliefs, and I believe will be a blessing as our ruler. Thank you, Fred. Thank you for giving me that credit, sir. I really appreciate it. It is greatly appreciated. Brett Cohen with a $5, as is the super chat, Fred, by the way. Thank you, and hail to Fred Garvin. And I support you too, brother. Brett Cohen with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Brett. Says, my lord, use VPN and jump onto SBS in Australia. Great selection and has the Chinese Mulan. If you feel you need that story again, reject till they respect. I like that variation. Reject until they respect. What is SBS, Brett Cohen? What is SBS? Let me know what it is. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't either. But get that VPN first.
Yeah, let me know, Brett Cohen, and I will check it out. And Blue Satoshi with a $5 super chat says, sent a few DMs your way on Twitter, Star Trek Online, if you want to check that out later. Thank you, Blue Satoshi. Greatly appreciated, sir. I will check my Twitter DMs as soon as I get the chance. I also want to say hail to Arthur P., who with a $5 super chat, who says, I hang out with gators in Florida. Love from the Southeast. Outstanding, sir. Hail. And hail to the gators. Here's to the gators. Let's see. Fred Garvin, also with a $10 super chat. Thank you again, Fred. Says Doomrotic. The Exozone needs to explore the conspiracy theory that Avatar sequels are a hoax. We hear there are 4 in production, but proof is more elusive than Lucasfilm profits. The truth is out there. Gary, do you think it's conspiracy?
Well, you want to know why you haven't seen it filmed? Have you? You actually have. They did a commercial for a camera, I believe. No, they did some commercial where they showed the filming of Avatar in the background, and it was people in mocap suits in front of big blue blankets. That's Avatar. I mean, they've been filming it in New Zealand apparently all this time. Like this whole time, James Cameron said he's got 9 or 5 or 6 every time he changes his mind. He's been filming it. And it was the first thing back into production in New Zealand. So it's being filmed. And apparently it's going to be like a completely like different movie. But we'll see. I didn't like the first one at all. I didn't think it was good.
I wasn't that crazy about it either.
Quite a technical achievement. Like that's unquestionable. The 3D was great. Pocahontas in space. Okay. But it's his worst film by far.
I agree. By a long shot.
Yeah, I think the guy's a great director. But he's also a bit of a hothead, and I'm surprised he's survived the current Hollywood environment. Well, he's not in Hollywood. That's probably a smart thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and NP says, sorry, there were photos of Sigourney Weaver on Dark Horizons yesterday for Avatar.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Sierra says Avatar was more dances with Smurfs.
Yeah.
I like that. We only have 2 more super chats and then we're going to wrap this up, Gary, because this has been an epic one, dude. The time got away from me. I totally lost track of time, and thank you for sticking it out like a hero, man.
No problem at all.
Yeah, you were awesome. Clark Terry Fan with a $5 super chat asks thoughts on the Dune trailer. Also, Alaska is beautiful, and I managed to get there without incident. Absolutely outstanding. Like I said, I kind of thought the Dune trailer was kind of boring. To me, to be honest, I didn't hate it, but I didn't see anything that made me stand up and applaud and get excited. So, briefly, your thoughts, Gary?
I thought it was pretty good. It didn't blow me away. I thought the main character kind of looks like a little waif, and a little strong breeze would blow him over. But I guess that's how the character looks in the book. He's supposed to be kind of young.
I can't remember. I don't think he was like a frail, waifish guy. I mean, I've never thought of him that way anyway, but I haven't read the book in probably 15 years, something like that. So
yeah,
probably don't remember.
So, I mean, it's got a pretty good cast, but I am not a fan of Blade Runner 2049, like at all. So, okay. We'll see. we'll see. I think the guy's a great director. So I think we'll my prediction is I'll probably like it. There's parts of it that look pretty cool to me, but I just we'll see if they can make it. They need to make Dune fun. That's the most important thing they need to do. And I've never really felt that was associated with that book. It's a very serious book. It's a complex story that people freaking love deeply when you're into it. So you can't question that. It's made a connection with a lot of people. One of my best friends would never stop talking about how great the book was. So I hope for all of you, it is everything you deserve as fans. Apparently they're only going to cover like the first half of the book. Right. So,
oh my God, really?
I hope it's going to need to be a hit. And the studio needs to stick with it. I think they should probably greenlight a sequel anyway, because I don't think there's going to be any big hits for a while.
I don't either. I really don't. And people in the chat are saying that Paul Atreides in the book was 15 and described as small for his age. So there you go. I have a bad habit in books of kind of directing them in my head as I go. And I mean, a character can be described as one way very, very distinctly, and I'll picture him another way. So that's just a bad habit I have. And I'm also really shitty with descriptions. You know, I'll get the sense of where it is, like, okay, this is a waterfall in the forest or something, and I'll just picture it myself. I kind of I do read it, but I don't know, it doesn't sink in. I have my own internal vision, and I know it's dumb. Let's see. And I'm glad Alaska is beautiful for you, brother. Brett Cohen with a $5 Australian super chat. Hail Brett, says SBS is a government channel, mostly foreign, indie. Friend working in WIDA says, hopefully by third Avatar, no glasses for 3D, trying to push boundaries again. No glasses for 3D. How interesting.
That's awesome. That's that's the biggest problem I have with my vision. 3D. Yeah. After a while, it doesn't look 3D to me. It just goes right back to 2D. Right. Even if I got my glasses on, and it's got something to do with my eyes. They're really piss poor. They're bad. They've always been bad though. So
it sucks. Well, dude, you've done a man's work, sir. Thank you for being here tonight, Gary. Why don't you please plug your channel or anything else you want?
Just check out Nerdrotic. I have no idea what I'm going to do a video on. I've got a couple things rolling around in my head, and I haven't started anything yet. I've been finishing my studio. I'll have probably 2 or 3 videos out this week. Of course, I'm going to live stream. Got the Nerdrotic Nooner you can check out. It will be at various times until the studio is done. And of course, I will be back here with Doomcock next Sunday, 5:30 p.m., where we will talk about The Boys again. And I don't know, probably won't talk about Lower Decks. I mean, like, I don't want to sit through it again. I know,
I'm sick of it. But to correct you briefly, we will be not here, but at your channel.
My channel, yeah.
On the Inquisition next Sunday.
That's right. My channel next Sunday. And I feel like I'm forgetting something. But, real quick, I want to send my best wishes out to my good friend Az, who is sick right now. Like, very, very ill. Hopefully it is just a seasonal flu and it's not the coof. So he got hit with that over the last couple of days. I wasn't aware of it until I was doing my boys review. So I just want to wish him all we love him so much. And we want him to be better as soon as possible. So
amen. I'm sorry to hear that, Az. And listen, sending you my best, man. Please get better. You're a great guy and a hell of a YouTuber and a good friend, and feel better, brother.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah. It hit him pretty quick, I guess. So I'm in touch. I was in touch a little while ago, and he's going to get some rest, drink lots of liquids, maybe have some soup.
Yeah. Listen, guys, now that flu season is going to, kind of ramp up again, wash your hands, I mean, it hasn't been as big a deal washing your hands maybe with the the damn coof, but flu mainly transmits through touch, and you grab a doorknob that everybody's been grabbing all day. Wash your hands. Okay, that's your best defense against the regular flu, especially if you're going in and wearing a mask against the coof. That'll probably help you with the flu too. Well, guys, this has been a great Inquisition. Thank you all for being here tonight. And I just want to say, from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and Gary Beekler bidding you all, my friends, stay angry, stay healthy, and what's this? A little picture. Anyway, and we'll see you next time.